Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Okay, there you go. Right off the bat. Right off the bat, I see how it is. Pepe D in the morning. All right, welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How to read plant, read the cards. That is going to be part of it. That is going to be part of it, believe it or not. Believe it or not. You're welcome, Schlegelus. No problem. Beating plants? More like imperming the first link and hope they don't have an extender. Well, we will see if that's the best thing, because that is one of the things we're going to do today. We're about to hop into the warm-up, but after that, we are going to take a look at the plant deck. And we will make sure they can't keep getting away with it, you know. That simple as that. But let's talk about that in a little bit. Let's talk about that in a little bit. But no, I will personally take responsibility for preparing you guys better for the Rikka Sunavalon deck, and we will simply make it so they will not keep getting away with it. As simple as that. That's what we're gonna do. Everyone is gonna take notes later, and we're all gonna be prepared for plants from now on. We cannot have them, keep doing this to us. So we're gonna do that. Yo, Mr. Zats and YJ3T, thank you guys for the early primes. Appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. All right, Notepad is ready. Let's go. All right. Before we do that though, we need to warm up so everyone has time to arrive to the stream. So we're gonna guess some cards as per usual. Let's go. What was the score yesterday? 750. We can do better than that. Surely we can do better than that. I believe in us. Oh, this is Ascension Sky Dragon, I think. Ascension Sky Dragon. Yeah. I want to say this is a Satellar Trap card. Yeah. But I didn't know what that was called. Fabled... This one, maybe? No, it's Fabled Unicorn. Pegasus is the small horse, or whatever. This is Dinomorphia Theresia. Oh, Diplos. Okay, I picked the wrong one. I thought it was Theresia. Rosemary? One of the two? Yeah, I picked the right one. Nice. This one I don't know. I think I've seen it, but I don't know what it's called. Bright Future. All right. What the hell is going on? Show me something I can work with. Reflection of Endymion. Okay. Oh, that's a Fortune Lady or Fortune Fairy. Is it Sui? Sui! It is Sui. Ooh. Sword of Poison. This is like Dark Magic Attack? No, right? No, it's not. Ugh. The hell is it? Destined Rivals. Mythical Beast. Jackal. Yeah. Bro, what the hell are these cards today? Like, seriously, what is going on? Okay, Berserk Gorilla. Berserk Gorilla. Performapal. Something Hopper. This one. Yep. This is the fish. No. What is it called? Something with G. Is it just... No, is it just Metal Fish? Oh, it's just Metal Fish. I thought it had, like, a name with G. Gishki vibes? Oh, yeah, Gishki. But I don't know which one. Maybe it's not even a Gishki, but I think it's a Gishki. Yeah, Marrowgeist. I hate those cards where there's so much going on that even if you zoom, you don't get any more info. Like, it's just the same blur of things. Is this... It's not lefty driver, righty driver, right? It's something else. Top runner. Is it Adhara? Yeah. It is Adhara. Ooh. Violent... No, Violet Crystal, not Violent Crystal. The Violent Crystal. Ooh. This has a thing somewhere. Oh, I don't know where it is though. I hate that it should just exclude those the symbols. No idea what that is. Oh, green layer, right? Oh, this is the sea star thingy, but I don't know what it's called. Starfish? Is it just starfish? No, it's not. Armored starfish then? It is not. Okay. Nekomata? Yeah. Soul Taker. Oh, this Hydrant. Hydrant. Right? Yeah. No shot. No idea what that is. Phantasm Spiral Power. Why is Blue Eyes on that card? What does Blue Eyes have to do with Phantasm Spiral? Oh, this is Rainbow Bridge. Why is Hipster? Thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate you. This looks familiar. Arc Brave, right? Arc Brave. Yeah. Should have gotten that one sooner. Less zooms. Philo. Messenger for Hire. Did we have that? Mokus Yolk? I feel like we've had that at some point recently. This is another for hire, I think. I think this is Rex. No, it's not. What is that? Oh, it's Dinah. Why did I say Rex? I was thinking of Dinah. I just mixed up the name. Rex is the little dude. This looks like Ghost Trick, but I have no idea what. Ghost Trick or Treat. Okay. I'm just gonna. I think it might be Meteor. No. Impact then? Impact. It's not dice dry, but I think it's dice. Come on, dude. Dice it. Nope. Dice roll battle. Okay. This is Pet Dragon. This I've never seen in my life. This, though, is the Atlantean Vanilla Monster. Pikeman. No? Attack Squad? Squad, okay, Attack Squad. I thought Pikeman was the vanilla. Which one's Pikeman, then? This is like... something Spear Salt? No. Lancelord. Laval Lancelord. Paxio, thank you for the 11 months. Almost a full year of support. Thank you. Oh, this is Salamangrate. Salamangrate. No, it's not Pyro Phoenix. Emerald Eagle. Emerald Eagle is what it is. Oh, we had it yesterday. Oh, it was an Earth's Arctic. Earth's Arctic. Mig Polar? Yeah, that's the one. I only know that because we had it literally yesterday. Is this Chronomaly Atlantis? No, Vimana. I always mix these two up. I always think they look so similar. I think those are the Performapal stars. Okay, it's some Performapal mosquito. I'm not gonna go into it. Skeeters, there's like no way I'm getting that. I'm glad I skipped it. Ooh, Cloudian Sheep Cloud? Yep. Oh, I'm getting ZW vibes, which is a skip vibe in my book. Oh, yeah. Somehow I'm good at realizing it's a ZW card, but I just can't name them, which is weird. Oh, this is the thing you play in Exosister sometimes, Zoroa. Magistus, I think. Yeah. Is that Storm Dragon's Return? Storm Dragon's Return. No. What is that? Loud Cloud? Really? What is that? I thought it was Storm Dragon's Return for sure. Okay, I don't know who you are. Battle Vaults. No. Oh, it was that. Wait, how did I know that? How did I know that? Anyways, we'll take it. Oh, Wild Horn. Wild Horn? Huh? Oh, okay. The freaking hyphens, man. Gen X. What? It's I don't know which one's it's recycled. Falling Current. Sakio, thank you for the 15 months, dude. That's so long. Thank you. Oh, this is Trickstar Live Stage. The bad one. I don't even know what it does. I think this is Wicked. Yeah. Wicked. Well, some Utopia card. Some Utopia card. I know what I'm gonna do with the Utopia card. I'm gonna skip it. Okay, we got a Koakimeru over here, I think. Right? No, we have not. It's Ra-10. Ra-10. Hello? There we go. Karottenkrieger, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. Okay, this is the the 6 samurai counter trap, but it's not. It has a super weird name. Maga, this one, Muzakani Magatama. Yes, that's the one. Break sword. Break sword. Break sword. Give me meta branded cards, dude. There's so many good branded cards, and I get that one. The hell is going on? Five Brothers Explosion. Ooh, this looks familiar. Oh yeah, this is the golem thing, the vanilla destroyer golem. Yes. Destroyer golem. Oh, rocket. Rocket, but which one? No, I don't know which one that is. I'm skipping it. A nest rocket dragon. All right, cool. We're running out of time. We're even worse than yesterday. I'm afraid to admit we're even worse than yesterday. Let's quickly skip this one. We have 3 seconds. There's no way. No. Ah, come on, dude. Today was freaking tough, though. Today, I didn't even feel like I was choking. I didn't even feel like there was anything where I really choked. It was just, those were some... I don't even know if those were Yu-Gi-Oh cards, man. I feel like most of these were just made up. And then there was like a bunch of them that had like the hyphens in there where it takes me like 3 times as long, because what the hell is... Bao thank you for the 9 months. Yeah, that's unfortunate. It can't happen. But like, what the hell is this? What the hell is this, dude? Can we start a petition to remove the hyphens and whatever this is called in English from the card guesser? So that you can just type Alumirage and it'll show you the thing? What the hell was that? God damn. Well. Apostrophe, yeah. Level 4. 1500 attack. Less than 1500 defense. Older than 2015. Let me think. I'm trying to think of an earth monster. An earth monster with 1500. Wild Heart? Oh no, but it's not a warrior. It's not a warrior, so it's also not the warrior lady. I can think of Bestiari. It is not Bestiari. It's even less defense than 800. But it is newer than 2007, so between 2008 and 2014. Not a wind monster, so we're looking earth, light, water, or fire. I'm trying to think of an earth monster because those are technically the second most, like the second most common. A Lightsworn? Is it a Lightsworn? I can't think of a Lightsworn with 1500 attack. I don't think there is a Lightsworn. Snipe Hunter is earlier. Snipe Hunter should also be 2007, but it's also a dark, so it's not Snipe Hunter. No, 2006 is Snipe Hunter, so yeah, but Aaron is 1600 attack. 1500 is really not that common of an attack stat. Girgi Arsenal? Girgi Arsenal could be it. No, yeah, it could. Ooh, good guess though. Good guess. But it is not an earth monster, dude. Hold, what is it? Lower than 500 defense. Light, water, or fire. And between 2008 and 2011. Lila is 1700 attack. Some Flamvel? I can't think of a Flamvel with 1500 attack. Fire Dog is 19. Magician is 14. Garunica is 17. I think it's this. Does this work? Yeah. I think it was that. I think it's this. Yeah, okay. Alright, we found it. We found it. But that one was tough, dude. That one was tough. Whoever said Flamvel, that was a good call. Because I could not have thought of this one as a Flamvel. Like, when I think of Flamvel, I'm not thinking of Neo Flamvel Saber from the year 2011 Dual Terminal 4. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's not what I'm thinking of. While your opponent has 4 or less cards in their graveyard, this card gains 600 attack. While your opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard, this card loses 300 attack. This card is just straight up garbage, man. Anyways. Well. You know what they say. You start with Rongo, you never need more than 4 guesses. It remains true today. All right. No, it won't. No, it won't, Grumster, but thank you for the 4 months. Nice dose of copium there. You know, they tend to print like ultimate rares for decks that people like, is the thing, right? That's what you need to realize. Is that most of the time they do a collector's rare or an ultimate rare or anything like that, it's for cards that people actually want to own. You know what I mean? So I don't think that's gonna happen at all. But yeah, nice try. All right, chat, I have a couple things lined up for today. Before we hop into any of that, though, can someone, does anyone have like a spare $1,300 that they could help Konami out with? Because I think they've got a problem. I don't know if they are selling the Platinum Dark Magicians as well as they were trying to. So they've posted another reminder. You know, there's been another reminder. Starting today, you have another chance to purchase the Platinum Dark Magician, as a limited amount has just become available. Now, I don't know exactly how they have become available, because they were limited to, I think, 1,000 pieces from the beginning. So I don't know how. You know, I think the word that they're looking for is we have some left. I don't think they just made more, because that'd be weird if you say it's limited to 1,000 and then, oh, we found more like in the basement. Oh, there's a couple more. I'm pretty sure that's just some left that didn't sell. But if anyone wants any, and you have a spare, what is it, $1,300 laying around that you don't have any use for, I guess you can still grab yourself a Platinum Dark Magician. I am a little bit surprised, though, like, to keep it real here, I'm a little bit surprised how long it takes for these to really sell. Like, I mean, because as far as I remember, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Platinum Blue Eyes back then did sell out really fast, right? Did it not? Blue Eyes was gone in like in minutes? That is like crazy, right? Blue Eyes is more bat chest. I mean, I kind of get it, right? I kind of get it. Blue Eyes is Blue Eyes, you know, it is what it is. But still, even though, let me be clear here, I think I personally was not interested in this, and I also was not interested in the Blue Eyes, right? And so, for me, they're kind of the same thing. I look at both of them, and I'm like, I don't want that, right? And so, like, but I could imagine someone that wanted the Blue Eyes would also want this one. That's where my surprise comes from. I'm not surprised at all, because I think this is such a good deal. Personally, you know, I don't think it is, but I'm surprised because people thought that the Blue Eyes was a good deal. So if you think the Blue Eyes was a good deal, surely you think this one is a good deal too, right? So I don't know, but I guess the Blue Eyes quality was much worse than expected. Was it? I mean, I didn't have one. I've never seen or held one of those in my hands. I've no idea. All I know is that they still to this day sell for more than what they were back then, right? The Blue Eyes, even if it had bad quality or anything like that. So I don't know. But yeah, I was just trying to make a joke of how I thought it was funny the way they worded it, because they clearly to me it seems like a clear attempt of they didn't want to say that it didn't sell super well, so they worded it as a limited amount has become available, which is not, I don't think that's what happened, because they were limited to 1,000 from the get-go, right? Or whatever number. I don't know what number it was. It was limited to some amount. Was it 1,000 in Europe? I think it was 1,000. So, well, there we are. 1,000, yeah, okay. What cards are you looking forward to in the newest set? That is something we have to look forward to today. We're going to talk about that today. So I guess that's a good segue into what we are going to do today, because I have a couple things lined up. Also, I saw people in chat already asking when we're going to watch the 2009 Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG recap. That's also already lined up. Don't worry, I already have the tab open. We're going to do that today. I'm also really looking forward to that. So that's one thing we're going to do later on lunch break. But first things first, chat. First things first, we have to do something together. It is something that I didn't want to do this. Everyone else doesn't want to do it, apparently, but we need to look at the freaking plant cards, okay? We need to look at the plant cards. We, as the European TCG community, we need to, you know, we need to hold each other by the hand. We have to go through this. We can't let them get away with it every single time, all right? You are not allowed to say no. You are legally not allowed to click off the stream or do anything else in the upcoming, I don't know, hour or something, because we are going to be here together. We are going to be here together. Don't say no in chat. Stop saying no. We're going to be here together, and we're going to look at the plant cards. We're going to read the plant cards, and we're going to talk about the best ways to interrupt the deck, and we're going to talk about certain behaviors that you shouldn't do, like summoning a Zeus in defense position, for example, or whatever else, you know, those kind of things, right? We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that today. It's long overdue, honestly. It's been overdue since we should have probably done this when they won Euros the first time, but then we let them win Euros the second time, and now we've let them win a 2,000, almost 2,500 people YCS again in the span of like 1.5 years. So it appears to be something we need to do. Okay, it appears to be something we just have to do. We have to go through it together, and we're gonna get through it today. Okay, we're gonna get through it. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I have prepared the YCS Dortmund winning deck list, and even though I have looked at the plant deck before, there are some cards in there that even I don't know the effect by heart. It's not many. Most of them I do know, actually, but even I realized this morning that, dude, god damn it, there's still some cards in there that I have not fully remembered. So we are going to do that today. I don't know how everyone is so resistant to freaking this specific deck, but we're gonna do that today. It just has to be done. It has to be done. Everyone, take out your notebooks. People G's in chat. We're gonna be learning about the freaking plant deck today, because we cannot. They have fooled us 3 times so far. They've fooled us 3 times. We cannot let them get away with it. They will not get a 4th one. They will not get a 4th victory out of us. Okay, chat? Please. Please. All right. Good. Good. I'm glad that we all agree on this. This is, in all its glory, the YCS Dortmund 2023 winning a deck list by Julius. I know. Just looking at it makes me unhappy. It makes me uncomfortable. We're gonna get through it together, all right? We're gonna get through it together. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine, chat. It has to be done, okay? It just has to be done. All right. So what we're gonna do, step by step, everyone learns at their own speed. We're gonna read the cards. We're gonna read the cards. Then we're gonna look at some of the combos, and we're gonna talk about how to interrupt the deck and how to, certain be good, like good general behavior, like certain things you should be doing against the deck or should not be doing against the deck. All right. And we begin with Sunseed Genius Loci. This seed can only be harvested from the sacred tree once every 1,000 years and will become the guardian spirit of its land after 1,000 more. Okay, noted. Everyone wrote that down. Everyone write that down. Good. Obviously, on a more serious note, the vanilla is how they get into their combo because of the link 1, right? So the link 1 requires any level 4 or lower plant monster, theoretically, but of course the reason why you play the vanilla is because it gets bonus effects when you make it with the vanilla. If this card is link summoned in the extra monster zone using Sunseed Genius Loci as material, you can add a Sunvine spell and trap from your deck to your hand. This card cannot be targeted for attacks, but does not prevent your opponent from attacking you directly. Once per turn, if you take battle or effect damage, you can gain that much life points, and if you do, special summon a Sunvine monster from your extra deck. Alright, here we already have the first important thing to realize about the deck, right? So this card is kind of deceptive, because you might think, oh, I can just ignore it. I can just attack my opponent directly while it's there. However, it doesn't, like when you attack them directly, they will just regain those life points, and then they will be able to summon a Sunvine monster from the extra deck. This stupid little link 1 is the reason why the Zeus in defense position was a mistake in the finals of the YCS. Because what happens when you summon anything in defense against the plant deck is they can make this little dude with any level 4 or lower plant monster, and they can just crash into your defense position monster, take damage, trigger the effect, gain back those life points, and summon a Sunvine monster from the extra deck, basically giving them a free extender that they shouldn't have. And this does not work if you summon all your stuff in attack position, right? That's why this card that's why the Zeus in the finals should have been in attack position, right? As far as just like, you know, playing around this card on your turn when your opponent summons this, just make sure you remove it with card effects before you attack your opponent in any way, shape, or form, before you inflict battle damage, right? Otherwise, it's annoying. In terms of if this thing is ever summoned against you and you are wondering what they're going to search, there's only one card that they are going to search with that, and that is the Sunvine Sowing. There's other targets, I believe, but this is the only one that they will typically use. Special summon a Sunseed monster from your deck, and if you do, take 1000 damage. If you control no Sunavalon linked monster, you can only special summon Sunseed Genius Loci with this effect. For the rest of the turn after this card resolves, you cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck except plants. If a plant linked monster you control will be destroyed by battle or an opponent's card effect, you can banish this card from your graveyard. Instead, you can only activate one Sowing per turn. Alright. This card is typically being run as a 1 or a 2 of. I would say way more common these days is for it to be a 2 of, because it means you have better follow-up, and sometimes people will imperm or ash the link monster, which is typically not correct. Let me just preface that. Usually it's not correct to interrupt the Sunavalon Dryas, especially if you have an Ash Blossom. You want to hold it for this card because it eliminates them just hard drawing this card. Okay, so what this does is it summons a Sunseed from the deck, and then you take 1000 damage, which in return will trigger the Sunavalon Dryas, right? That's the thing that they do, is they summon a Sunseed from the deck, take damage, Dryas will trigger off of that, gain the life points back, and then special summon another Sunvine monster from the extra deck, right? The monster that they summon with this card is Sunseed Twin. But before we move on to that, everyone remembers that this thing summons a Sunseed from the deck. Everyone knows that. What people seem to forget a decent amount of the time is the fact that this card protects plant link monsters, like a Balinx. Like a Salamangreat Balinx in the graveyard, this thing has a protection effect. So try to remember whenever you're trying to run over something or destroy something by card effect, this card in the graveyard can protect. All right. And it's also worth noting that that effect is not limited to once per turn. So you can have, if they have both Sowings in the graveyard, they can protect twice. The only thing that's once per turn about this card is activating the actual card. Right? So, right. Sunseed Twin. Sunseed Twin is the one-off brick in the deck. If your opponent draws this card, you know that they are a bad plant duelist, right? Because good plant duelists will never draw this card. That's why they also only play one, right? Yes, it's a hard brick if you draw one. It makes your complete combo ass. But they just ignore the fact and they will simply not draw it. Basically, what you need if you draw it is you need like an extra extender. Like if you draw unexpected die, then it works. Yeah. But yeah, the reason why everyone only runs one is because plant duelists are built different and they will just never draw it. All right. If this card is normal or special summoned while you control the Sunavalon Link monster, you can target one level 4 or lower plant normal monster in your graveyard, which is only Loci, and special summon it. And then you can banish this card in your grave and a Link monster you control. If you have 2 or more plant Link monsters with the same name as each other in the grave, special summon one of them. You can only use each effect once per turn. All right, so with just the first couple Sunseed, Sunvine, Sunavalon cards, we've already started looking into the combo. This is probably the part of the combo that everyone knows. It's normal summon Loci, make Dryas, get the Sowing, summons out Twin, inflicts 1000 damage to yourself, then you activate Dryas, and Twin off of that, right? Twin triggers on summon, Dryas triggers because you've taken damage. And Dryas summons out a Link monster, and Twin revives the Loci. So at that point, out of one Loci, you already have 4 monsters on the board, which is cool. That's what every one card in the game, especially if it doesn't have an effect, should do, right? We all agree on that. We're all very happy about the fact that one little vanilla monster turns into 4 bodies at this point in time. Pretty cool, pretty based. You know what I'm talking about, right? So, okay. Lone Fire Blossom is part of the combo. You know, you guys know Lone Fire Blossom, I hope. Tribute a plant monster, special summon a plant monster from your deck. This card is very commonly summoned off of Aromaseraphy Jasmine, but we'll get to that in a second. Therion package. The Therion package is a relatively straightforward. You simply summon Lily Borea off of Lone Fire, I believe, is the typical way you would do that. You summon Borea off of Lone Fire if you don't hard draw it. If you don't hard draw it, you can summon it off of Lone Fire. You send itself to the graveyard, and then you add this Colosseum to add Regulus, which can then equip the Borea and is an Omni Negate, right? You search it from Jasmine's first effect. Ah, okay. Yeah, fair. Fair, right? We'll get through the combo lines in a second. We'll get to the combo lines in a second, but Jasmine is a custom card. We'll talk about Jasmine in a second. You can do both. You can do both, I'm pretty sure. Anyways, the only thing that's worth noting about the plant card, about the Therion cards in this deck, the only interaction that I really there's 2 interactions that I want to point out when it comes to the Therions that you should probably know when you're playing against this deck. The first one, unfortunately, also came up in the finals of YCS Dortmund. And that is how the Therions in general interact with DD Crow. This is a very, very easy thing to not know. It's not a crazy mistake to make. However, the way this works is you can target a Therion monster or a machine monster in your graveyard, special summon this card from your hand, and if you do, equip that monster to this card. What this means is, if they activate Regulus in hand, targeting Borea in the graveyard, if you crow the Borea, they will still be able to summon out the Regulus. They will simply not equip it, but they will still summon it. So what you should do instead, if you want to prevent the Regulus from coming down, you need to crow the Borea, which only works if they have only one. If for some reason they have multiple Boreas in the graveyard, you simply cannot prevent the Regulus from coming down with DD Crow. You simply can't do it. And on another note, for Borea, it's the same thing. If you want to prevent the Borea from coming down, you would have to crow their only plant monster in the graveyard. If they have multiple plant monsters, you cannot prevent the Borea from hitting the field, right? Just wait for the Regulus in that case. But you have to do it preemptively in order to prevent the Therion from coming down. You cannot respond to the Therion with DD Crow because of how the effect is worded. It'll still summon itself. One other small thing about this Colosseum, which does not happen very often because most of the time the deck is not going to leave the Disc Colosseum in the field spell zone. They're usually going to switch it for a Rikka Class later down the line. However, this card does have another effect other than just searching a Therion monster. It can protect your stuff by battle, right? Which most of the time is not going to matter. It's just important to note that the hidden effect of this Colosseum can sometimes ruin your game plan. If you're planning out your turn and it includes running over a monster, be aware if the Disc Colosseum is still there, they can protect something that's destroyed by battle. Also, when a monster is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, they can add a Therion back from the graveyard. So this card actually has 2 bonus effects, 2 secret effects that you should be aware of. Even though most of the time the card is not going to stay on the board because they're going to want to end on Concon. But yeah, that's that. All right. now we get to another portion of the deck, which is the Rikka portion. We're almost through with the main deck, actually. This is not taking too long. This is not too crazy, right? This is not too crazy. I hope everyone is prepared. We're gonna have a little exam later, chat. We're gonna sit down and test everyone's knowledge. You know. But we're almost through with the main deck. We're only missing the Rikka engine, really, because everything down here is just non-engine. I'm tired, boss. No, we have to go. We have to do this. We can't stop now. We've only just started. Calm, everyone, calm. We need to go through this. It's important. All right. The Rikka cards. Rikka Princess is probably the best Rikka card in this deck. The best Rikka monster, but they're all pretty good. Anyways, we have Rikka Princess. During your main phase, you can special summon this card from your hand, but while it is face up in the monster zone, you cannot special summon monsters except plants. Doesn't matter. So it's just, this is literally just a free extender. And then it has another really good effect. When your opponent activates a monster effect while you control a Rikka monster, you can shuffle this card from hand or grave into the deck and tribute a plant monster, negate that effect. And both of these effects are once per turn. No, we can't go back. No, we can't go back. But if you've just joined Instant Fusion, if you've just joined, you are legally required to rewind later and rewatch the VOD, because everyone needs to know this, right? So just keep that in mind, okay? All right, so Rikka Princess is one of the harder ways to, like, it's one of the deck's better interruptions, I want to say, because it's a way to negate monster effects on both players' turns. It can be used from the hand, it can be used from the graveyard, and of course in tandem with Rikka Konkon, it can tribute your monsters instead of their monsters. It's pretty strong. The one thing I wanna point out is that this thing requires them to have a Rikka monster on board. No, you may not use the restroom. This is too important. You cannot. You have to hold it in. You are not allowed to. You are not allowed to leave for the restroom right now. This is the most important. This is a crucial part of the lesson. You cannot leave right now. All right. Yes, Rikka Princess extender monster negate. Requires a Rikka on the board, though, which sometimes you can catch them off guard in a situation where they don't have a Rikka and then they can't use it. Rikka Petal. During your main phase, you can target a Rikka monster. You can target a Rikka in your deck. No, you can take a Rikka monster from your deck, except Petal, add it to your hand or send it to the graveyard. Also, you can't special summon for the rest of the turn except plants. During your opponent's end phase, while this card is in your graveyard, if you control no monsters or all monsters you control are plants, you can special summon this card. Okay. Once per turn, adds a Rikka from deck to hand, which is obviously a good effect. Locks them into plants, which doesn't matter. When they activate this effect, they would never really. I have never seen a Rikka opponent use the effect to send it to the graveyard. So, I mean, I guess if you have specifically like a Regulus in hand, you could, but most of the time you would probably not do that. Maybe under Troll and Lockbird, right? Yeah, under a Troll and Lockbird, you can do that, right? So of course. But in any normal circumstance, in any normal circumstance, you probably wouldn't. But yeah. And then what most people tend to forget about, even sometimes Rikka players forget about, the effect where this card comes back in your opponent's end phase, right? And so if you ever find yourself in a situation where you're grinding against Rikka and you're trying to plan out your turn on how to break their board and so on and so forth, keep in mind this card will come back in your end phase. You as the Rikka player's opponent, right? In your end phase, this card will potentially come back to their field and give them extension, right? So, you know, sometimes there's ways around that. Sometimes you can maybe get rid of it from the graveyard. Sometimes other ways. But just keep in mind this card is follow up for them because it will come back from the graveyard. Mudan, the Rikka Fairy. Tribute a plant monster, special summon this card from your hand. Simple as that. If this card is normal or special summoned by the effect of a plant monster, you can add a Rikka spell trap from your deck to your hand. This card is very straightforward. You very simply just... it's an extender that requires them to tribute, which can sometimes be a benefit even because they can use it in tandem with Konkon. But yeah, it just special summons itself and adds a Rikka spell trap, right? Pop quiz. Okay, so Skrelp is creating pop quizzes in chat. And the amount of wrong answers is actually concerning. Anyways, Mudan adds one of 3 cards in the deck to the hand, which we're going to look at in a second. Before that, there is 2 one-ofs here, which are important for different reasons. We have Snowdrop the Rikka Fairy, which is you contribute a plant monster, special summon both this card and one other plant monster from your hand. Also, you're locked into plants for the rest of the turn. You can target a plant monster you control. All plant monsters you currently control become that monster's level until the end of this turn. The one thing that is important to know about Snowdrop the Rikka Fairy is that you have to summon another plant monster from your hand with it. You cannot just summon itself. That is not possible because it's not optional to summon one other plant. The effect clearly states special both this card and one other plant from your hand. So you have to do that, and you cannot even activate it if you don't have another plant that you can summon. That's the only thing that's really worth noting. Everything else is pretty self-explanatory. You know, this thing doesn't come up that often, at least in my experience, it doesn't come up that often, but it can, and that's why they play 1, because you can search it in some ways. Primula, the Rikka Fairy. If a monster you control is tributed, except during the damage step, you can special summon this card from your hand in defense position. You can target up to 2 plant monsters you control, increase their levels by 2 until the end of this turn. This card, I want to say, this card is only being played. This card is only being played because of Rikka Glamour, which we'll talk about in a second. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chad. I think this is because you need another level 4 plant target sometimes, right? That is the main reason, because the card is not that good, and it's, I think, most of the time not part of the main combo lines. But it is, you know, well, let's talk about Rikka Glamour, because these 2 one-offs, I think, have something to do with Rikka Glamour. Rikka Glamour is the deck's quote-unquote reinforcement of the army, the deck's searcher. When you activate this card, you can also tribute a plant monster. Add 1 Rikka monster from your deck to your hand. Then, if you tributed a monster when you activated this card, add a plant monster with the same level as the Rikka monster, but with a different name from your deck to your hand. Okay, so this card is worded somewhat weirdly, but it's basically when you activate it, you get to choose, do I want to just activate it, nothing else, or do I want to activate it plus tribute a monster, a plant monster, and then I get a bonus effect. If I don't tribute, I add 1 Rikka monster, that's it, right? Just activate the card, don't tribute a plant, add a Rikka monster. If I tribute a plant at activation, I add a Rikka monster and any plant monster with the same level. The most common things you do with this card is you either just add any Rikka monster, of course, but if you want to search Rikka Princess, you need another level 4 plant in your deck, which is why Primula is being played. You can add Lokai with this card by adding Petal as your Rikka monster, because Lokai is the same level as Petal. So certain combos like Rikka Princess, special summon itself, then use Rikka Glamour to tribute it to search Petal plus Lokai is also a way to get to the vanilla, right? Other notable, the only really, so there's like 3 combinations that they can do, right? They can do Princess plus Primula, they can do Pedal plus Loci, and they can do Snowdrop plus Theory on Liliporea. Those are the 3 combinations of searches that they can make when they tribute a monster at activation, right? So that's literally all you need to know. When they tribute a monster for for Glamour, they have to add one of those 3 combinations. There's no other combinations that they can search. Now let's talk about the field spell. The field spell is probably the most important part about the whole Rikka engine, because it has a very unique way of interacting with your opponent. All right, so. And it's also, it's even a field spell that doesn't add a card on activation. Isn't that crazy? But most of the time it does. So, Rikka Konkon. If you control a Rikka monster, you can set a Rikka spell trap directly from your deck to your spell and trap zone. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of this turn except plant monsters. You can only use this effect once per turn. We'll talk about the things you do with this card. There's only 2 targets that people play. One of them is Rikka Glamour, which is the Rhoda that we just read. The other one is the trap card, which we'll talk about in a second. So the usual way this would go is if they don't hard draw this card, they would go Mudan to search Konkon, and then Konkon to set Glamour or Sheet. The real deal about this card, though, is once per turn, if you would tribute a plant monster you control to activate a Rikka card or effect, you contribute any face-up monster your opponent controls, even though you do not control it, instead of tributing your own monster. This is the most important thing to note about the Rikka cards, is that they contribute your cards for cost. For cost, before you can do anything about it. If you have a Baron de Fleur and your opponent activates Rikka Konkon, you have no choice but to negate that shit. Because if they have any of their things that tribute for cost, it's too late. You can't Baron your opponent's Rikka Glamour when they tribute your Baron for cost. Your Baron is gone, okay? So, you can do that. Your Noir, your X Purely Noir, is gone. Unaffected by card effects does not include tributed for cost, right? So, get rid of that shit. Get rid of that card. If you have any of those cards on your field, any Omni Negates, any whatever unaffected monsters, the Konkon needs to go. The Konkon needs to go. Wait, is that incorrect? Well, okay. For Noir is correct, right? No, Noir was correct, right? No, the way I worded it was incorrect. It's not all of the unaffected cards. That was unaffected by activated effects. So, Psychic End Punisher, X Purely Noir, those ones you can tribute. But you cannot tribute, which one is unaffected by all card effects right now? Arrival ad Ignister. Arrival ad Ignister, you cannot tribute. Right, I worded that, I worded that wrong, because I was thinking of Noir. Don't ask, should we get a new professor? I'm trying my best, okay? The Rikka Konkon tributing your stuff is not an activated effect. Right? It's tributing for cost. If your monster is unaffected by every single effect, then yes, then it's unaffected by Konkon. But you contribute Noir, you contribute Punisher. Those are the ones you contribute. Unaffected by all kinds of effects are also unaffected by Konkon. But anyways. Besides the point, Rikka Konkon is always going to be part of their end board if they get to do what they want to do. And it's also one of their best ways. It is one of their best ways to play into your opponent's board going second with Rikka, because you can activate it and it threatens everything on their board immediately, because cards like Mudan, cards like Glamour, cards like even Snowdrop, if they hard draw that card, these guys all tribute a plant monster for cost, so you can just activate them and immediately tribute your opponent's cards at activation. One other thing is Rikka Princess also negates a monster effect and tributes a plant monster, right? And you can tribute your opponent's monsters. If you have a Rikka Concon, your opponent activates a monster effect, you can Rikka Princess, tribute your opponent's monster, and negate the monster effect. So that's kind of crazy. And then the last part of the entire thing is the Rikka sheet, which is also I feel like a card that's kind of hard to comprehend when you read it for the first time. Okay. Target a face-up monster your opponent controls. Also, you contribute a plant monster. Same thing as with Rikka Glamour. This card has a regular effect and then a bonus effect if you tribute a plant monster. Players cannot activate that face-up monster's effects on the field this turn. Then, if you tributed a monster when you activated this card, take control of that monster until the end phase, and if you do, it becomes a plant monster until the end phase. You can only activate one Rikka sheet per turn. Okay, let's break this down, chat. So break this down. If you do not tribute a card with this, the only thing that sheet does is target a monster. That monster's effects cannot be used this turn. So doesn't negate the effects, it just stops the opponent from activating them. This was used in the finals of YCS Dortmund at the beginning of Julius's turn to stop the Zeus from being used, right? The bigger deal about this card, of course, the way bigger deal is when they tribute a plant monster. Because when they tribute a plant monster, you even take control of the monster until the end phase, right? Even if they take control of your monster, though, even if they take control of your monster with Rikka sheet, they can still not activate the effect this turn. Because that applies to both players. The first part of the effect always applies whether you tribute a plant or not, right? So even if they take control of your Zeus, for example, with this card, they cannot use it. They cannot use it. They just have it for a turn, but they can't use it. I think the biggest thing about this card that is to realize is that if you only have one monster, if you only have one monster on the field, your opponent cannot use Rikka sheet to tribute that monster while they have Concon. Right? Because then they would not have a target for it. Did anyone get that? Did anyone understand? Do we understand what I just said? Are we in agreement on understanding what I just said? Interesting. So Concon is not mandatory. No. You can still Rikka sheet and just say, I don't want to tribute. I'm just going to make it unable to activate. But you cannot use Rikka sheet to just tribute the only monster that they have. That is not something you can do. Because when you tribute a plant monster for this card, or a monster for this card, you have to tribute a monster and target a different monster. You cannot say, okay, I want to use the effect to tribute a monster. I want to tribute a monster as cost, and I want to tribute your only monster, because then you don't have a target for this part of the effect. There needs to be two monsters. There needs to be two monsters. So when your opponent has Concon and Sheet, if they have Concon and Sheet, and you only have one monster, they cannot use Sheet to tribute your monster or steal your monster. They cannot do that. You need two monsters on the board, which sometimes can be a way in a grindy game to play around the Rikka sheet to just put one monster onto the board and they cannot really interact with it with Rikka sheet. The only thing they can do is they can activate sheet to stop you from activating the effect, but they can't tribute it and they cannot take control of it unless they tribute their own plant monster. They can do that. They can tribute their own plant monster to take your monster, but they can't tribute your monster. So that's that. Another thing, another common misconception, which I feel like is obvious, but I'm still going to say it. Rikka sheet does not negate effects that have already been activated. Once Rikka sheet resolves, after that, you can no longer activate the effects of monsters. But when you already activate the effect, when you summon a monster, activate the effect, your opponent chains Rikka sheet, the effect still resolves as normal because it's already been activated. Right? It's already been activated. It's like Dweller, exactly. When your opponent activates a card in effect in the graveyard and you chain Dweller to that shit is too late. That shit is too late. Because Dweller only says effects in the graveyard can't be activated. But it's already been activated. And that's the same thing with Rikka sheet. Rikka sheet is the exact same in that regard, right? The only other engine card we have left is Unexpected Die, which of course that's not a very hard card to comprehend. It's just summon the Sunseed Genius Loci from your deck. Right, okay. Let's the rest in here is non-engine. You have Small World to add. Oh shit, my headphones died. Give me a second. I need to switch to the other headphone. That's always annoying. Up. Okay, small PP break. Class, you can now go to the bathroom. Give me a second. Okay, it's back. Never mind. I already fixed it. PP break over. All right, we back. I have philosophy lesson after. Can I go? No. You don't leave before we're done. We do not leave until this is done. Okay. Yeah, non-typical. So the typical Rikka core, and I want to say this is these 31 Rikka / Sunavalon / Therion cards are pretty standard in every single Rikka Sunavalon list, right? Just for like the deck building aspect. There's always 3 Loci, 1 Twin, usually 2 Lone Fires can be 1, usually 3 Boreas can be less theoretically, but hard drawing it helps them play through hand traps. That's why they usually play 3. I would expect them to play 3. Usually 3 Princess, 2 Petal, 2 Mudan, 1 Snowdrop, 1 Primula, 1 Field Spell, 3 Glamour. Con can be 3. 1 Sheet is always there. 3 Dies are always there. 2 Sowing are usually there. So the core ranges from anywhere between, I don't know, if you play the minimum of everything, I guess you'd be at like 27. If you want to max out on a couple, then you'd be at like 33, 34. But anything behind besides, like this is a very standard core. A very standard core, and then you can just, if you see your opponent is playing 46 cards, you know to expect this amount of non-engine roughly, right? So yeah. If you Ash Sowing and they have Thrust, can they still full combo? I assume you mean when you have a monster on the board, because obviously when you don't have a monster, Thrust does not extend anything. That is an interesting exercise, but we'll talk about that in a second. I don't think so, depending on what they can add, but we'll see. All right. This is the main deck. Let's quickly move through the extra deck. We have Sunavalon Dryas, which we've already talked about. Once again, adds the Sowing on summon. but only if it was made by Loci, but can theoretically be made by any level 4 or lower plant monster, and can, whenever they take battle damage, you get to, or once per turn, you get to summon a Sunvine from the extra deck and also basically negate that battle damage by gaining it back. And can't be targeted for attacks. Sunvine Healer. If a Sunavalon Link monster you control leaves the field by card effect, destroy this card. If this card is special summoned, you can target a Sunavalon Link monster on the field, gain life points equal to its Link rating times 300. When your plant monster inflicts battle damage to your opponent, gain 600 life points. This thing is the reason why this deck wins in time, by the way. This thing is the reason why this deck wins in time. It's because they're gonna... What they can do is Dryas, activate Sowing. Sowing, they will take 1,000 damage, but they will gain it back with Dryas. And then Healer will come out, target the Dryas, and gain them some life points. Or they can even do it later on other parts in the combo. But we'll talk about the life points gain effect on this card is actually very crucial to the combo. So yeah. Then we have Sunvine Thrasher. If a Sunavalon Link monster you control leaves the field by card effect, destroy this card. If this card is special summoned, you can target a Sunavalon Link monster on the field. This card gains attack equal to that monster's Link rating times 800. When this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, you can special summon that monster to your zone a Link monster points to, but negate its effects. I will say I have not seen this card being used for its actual effect very often, but I guess it is important to note that it actually, you know, can sometimes get relatively large. Because you could theoretically target a Sunavalon Link monster and make this card gain, like, if it's a Link 3, it gains 24, so it goes to 32. Yeah. It's part of the OTK. We can look at the going second OTK because that is one that I actually am not aware of myself. I've never seen this deck do anything going second. Usually it just loses. So apparently there is a combo when your opponent's deck is only vanillas. You can do an OTK going second. But yeah. We can look at that in a second. This card is mostly used... like when they go first, the effect of this card doesn't really matter because it's only being summoned as just a random Sunvine Link 1, but going second it has actual applications outside of, you know, just losing and going to the next game. Okay, Jasmine. Jasmine is like probably the most broken card in the Sunavalon Rikka extra deck. If your life points are higher than your opponent's, this card and any plant monster it points to cannot be destroyed by battle. Now, this card, this effect I've never really seen matter, but it could. So just be aware of it. Just be aware of that. Sometimes if they have more life points than you do, you can't destroy this shit by battle, right? So like, keep that in mind. You contribute one monster this card points to. Special summon a plant monster from your deck in defense position. Okay, so this is one of the most absurd things about this card. Is that it's a freaking Lone Fire Blossom from the extra deck. Now, this effect is once per turn. Now, why do they play two Jasmines? Well, once per turn, if you gain life points, add a plant monster from your deck to your hand. For some reason, they did not think it would be a good idea to make this once per turn. For some reason, they were like, yeah, it's fine if they do that twice. You know, if they can gain life points twice in a turn, they deserve it. Now, okay, it's once per card, but it's not once per turn. So they can make a second Jasmine and add another plant monster. So, you know, this is... The card design on this card is not it, Chief. Let's say it like that. Okay, so Jasmine is incredibly powerful. What you do with Jasmine is you summon Jasmine, you have two plants, you make a you make another Dryas, and then you make Sunvine Healer, target the Dryas, gain 300 life points. That triggers the Jasmine to add any plant monster from your deck to your hand, and that's where typically the Borea comes into play. That's typically where you search the Borea and get a Regulus. And then you contribute one of those links that it points to later to... So this card is how, off of just one Sunseed, you get to not only the Therion cards, but also the Rikka parts of your deck, right? One Sunseed equals all engines together, right? Because we've already talked about how one Loci puts 4 bodies onto the board. Out of those 4 bodies, you turn 2 into Jasmine, and then you make another Dryas, another Healer. That makes it so Jasmine can add Borea. Then that's where you get the Therions from, and then you use the Tribute effect to simply get to your Rikka cards, right? And this is how one Sunseed bridges into both of the other combos. I would even argue without freaking Jasmine, this deck would probably be okay, right? Doesn't it summon Lonefire? Well, yeah, it summons Lonefire, and then Lonefire summons anything else. All right. So these are the main enablers. Then we have Dance Spion, which Dance Spion, I want to say in the standard combo doesn't come up. But it can if you have like extenders or if you get hand trapped. I think the regular combo doesn't rely on Dance Spion, but okay. If this card is link summoned, choose a number from 1 to 3, excavate that many cards from the top of your deck. If you do, special summon up to 2 excavated plants, but they can't be used as link material. Also send the remaining cards to the graveyard. You're always gonna draw 3. You're always gonna say 3, not draw 3. It's not a runic card. Jesus. You're always gonna choose 3 if you can, right? You're always gonna choose 3, excavate 3, hope to hit as many plants as possible, summon 2 of them. They can't be used as link material, so don't forget that. That is actually very significant. But you can adjust their levels, because you can target a plant monster in your grave that has a level, and the levels of the monsters that this card points to become that level. So you can, the best way to do it is you target a level 4 in your grave, and then the 2 plants that this points to become level 4, or I think level 8 for Teardrop. That's the 2 ways you can do it. Then we have Sunavalon Melias. This is the plants deck way to link climb even higher than link 3. 2+ plant monsters, including a link. If this card is link summoned, you can special summon a Sunseed Genius Loci from your graveyard. This card cannot be targeted for attacks, but does not prevent your opponent from attacking directly. Once per turn, you can target a Sunvine Link monster you control that this card points to. This turn, it can attack a number of times each battle phase up to the number of Sunavalon Link monsters you currently control. This is the way I imagine how they do a lot of damage with Sunvine Thrasher going second, because you can just make it have multiple attacks, and it gains a lot of attack off of the Melias being a link 3, right? And so this thing will become a 3200 attacker that can attack multiple times. I believe this is the OTK combo going second. Most importantly, it's just that this thing, you make a link 3, you get back a Sunseed, you can go into your link 4, which is Bengal Lancer the Resurgent, which is a pretty good card. 2+ plant monsters, link 4. During the main phase, quick effect, target an effect monster your opponent controls. You take damage equal to its attack, and if you did take damage, return it to the hand. The only thing that's worth noting here is that they actually do have to take damage for this. So if for some reason you have a monster that is 0 attack, they cannot bounce it. Like if this ever gives you a line, like if you ever have a line available where you can summon a monster that is 0 attack to remove the Bengal Lancer from the field or something like that, that does work. They cannot bounce 0 attack. You cannot bounce 0 attack monsters with this. But yeah, and then this is also another thing where they have Anima Outset, for example. Yeah, if you can, like, you know, if they have just Bengal Lancer and you for some reason have like an Effect Veiler and an Anima in your extra deck, you can do that. You can do that. Or if you have a Pearly monster and they don't bounce it immediately, You can make Anima, and if and Anima is, I believe, 0 attack, so you can suck the Bengal Lancer, and it's gone. If this card is in your graveyard, you can banish 2 or more Link monsters from your grave whose combined Link ratings equal exactly 4. Special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. So another thing that you need to be aware of is that this thing can come back from the graveyard. The only thing that's worth noting is that you can only use one of the effects that turn, not both. If they've summoned this thing, for example, attempted to bounce your Baron the Fleur, and you negated and destroyed it, they cannot bring it back this turn. They cannot bring it back that turn, and they can also not bring it back, like they cannot do, like on the follow-up, they can't bring it back and immediately bounce one of your monsters. Chat failed the pop quiz. How did it fail? What was the pop quiz? What cards lock into plants? Princess Concon. Hold up. Oh, I can't see the questions anymore. Did they fail the pop quiz? Really? Did the majority not know the correct answer? Oh my god, dude. Chat, you need to be paying attention. You need to be paying attention. The answer was none, but the majority said that Glamour locks you into plants. Chad, we looked at Glamour like 10 minutes ago. I was in the bathroom. I told you not to go to the bathroom. I forbid it. I said no. This is why they keep getting away with it, chat. You are the reason. You are the reason. What are you gonna say next time you play against plants in the finals of a YCS? What are you gonna say after you lose? Oh, I was in the bathroom when Josh told me that Glamour doesn't lock them into plants. Stop. I was feeding my kids. Stop doing that. Don't do that. Listen to the. Don't do that. I had ads. Oh, that's such a weak excuse, dude. That's such a weak excuse. There's such an easy fix for that. We don't take ads as an excuse. If you fail the Rikka exam because you had ads, that's on you, man. Okay. I need more commitment, chat. I need more commitment. This is serious. This is serious business. We cannot let the Rikka Sunavalon duelists get away with it. It does not paint the European trading card game scene in a good light when they keep getting away with winning huge ass tournaments with the Rikka Sunavalon deck, which is not that good of a deck. It's not that good. It's not terrible, but it's not that strong. All right, where were we? Oh yeah, Bengal Lancer. Bengal Lancer, quick effect bounce. Needs to take damage, so cannot bounce 0 attack monsters, which can sometimes matter. Can come back from the graveyard by banishing links that equal the rating of 4, but cannot use both effects in the same turn. All right, noted. Everyone wrote that down. Peepo G. Rikka Queen Strenna. Rikka Queen Strenna. 2 level 4 monsters. You can detach 1 material from this card, then target a plant monster or Rikka card in your graveyard, add it to your hand. This is how, in a grind game, they can recycle cards like Concon, even their one of sheet can be recycled. If this card with XYZ material is tributed, you can special summon a rank 5 or higher plant from your extra deck or graveyard, and then you can attach this card to it as material. You can only use each effect of Strenna once per turn. Strenna is incredibly powerful because when they make it, they get to add extension / follow-up from the graveyard back to their hand, and then they will typically either they will tribute it immediately on their turn, or they will tribute it at some point during your turn to float into a higher rank XYZ, which we're going to look at now. And making Strenna, even though the deck has so many different levels, you might wonder, but it's actually not that hard to make Strenna, because you have a couple ways to adjust the levels, right? Like Snowdrop can make the levels equal to any plant monster that you control. Dance Spion can target a plant in the grave and make everything, like make the cards it points to the same level. You can fetch 2 level 4s with Rikka Glamour. There's like a couple ways you can do. There's no Subway Surfers gameplay. I can't focus. We're not going to have a Subway Surfers on the stream. This is a serious issue. What are you talking about? Anyways, Strenna will float into either Teardrop the Rikka Queen, which is relatively simple. You can detach a material from this card, then target a monster on the field, tribute it. Period. This is a quick effect if this card has a plant monster as material, which it'll always do that. You can only use this effect of Teardrop once per turn. Each time a monster is tributed, this card gains 200 attack for each until the end of this turn. So basically, if they use Strenna to float into the Teardrop, they only have 1 material on this card. They can tribute your monster. This one is part of the effect. This one is not cost. Right? This one is a targeted. This one targets and then tributes it as part of the effect. Right? This one is not like Concon or anything. This one just tributes as part of the effect. And then gains 200 attack every time anything is tributed, only until the end of the turn. Usually, this is not the one that they will be summoning on their first turn, right? Usually, that's not what they're going to summon. They're usually going to float into Sacred Tree Beast Hyperiton, which is normally 2 level 9 monsters, which is... They will never hard make this card, okay? This card can never be hard made. This card is only there to float into it with Strenna. During your turn, when you activate a card or effect, quick effect, you can target a card of the same type, monster, spell, or trap in your graveyard, attach it to this card as material. This effect is important, and it also works exactly like a Paleo. This card works exactly like a Paleo, where it has to chain directly to your opponent's cards. So if at any point you want to, you don't want your opponent to be able to attach with this, you can just, all you have to do, your opponent activates a card, you need to chain to it. Then they cannot attach anything. Why would you stop them from attaching anything? Well, let's continue reading. During your opponent's turn, when a card or effect is activated, quick effect, you can detach 1 material of the same type, monster, spell, or trap, from this card, and if you do, negate the activation, and if you do that, destroy the card. So, myself, one of the most common mistakes when playing against Hyperiton, a mistake that even I have made in the past, is playing around the card as if it was an Omni Negate, but it is not an Omni Negate. It's not an Omni Negate because it can only negate cards with the same type as its materials, right? Like, I remember one particular instance, I think it was in Master Duel, like, on stream, where I tried to figure out a way to resolve evenly matched against my Rikka opponent because I thought they had an Omni Negate for it, but they didn't because this thing didn't have a trap attached, so I was just like, I baited it for no reason, even though I could have just evenlied it, you know? Like, just make sure you double check the materials on the cards and it can only negate those type of cards. Also, this card says during your opponent's turn. This card can only negate on the opponent's turn. They cannot do it on their own turn, right? It does not do that. So, yeah, that's the things that are worth noting about Sacred Tree Beast Hyperiton. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was all of the cards you need to know in the Rikka Sunavalon deck. In theory, just the card effects, right? And that was a lot of work, but we got through it. That was a lot of work, and we got through it. You know, finally we've done it. Can I go to the toilet now? You are now excused to go to the toilet real quick. Actually, I'm also going to do that. Any questions, chat? There will be an exam on this. I've talked to Skrelp. I will have to talk. I talked to Skrelp. I am gonna set up a freaking exam for this. We're gonna do it on stream. I'm gonna find a way. I'm gonna find a way to have like chat vote for the right answer on a quiz, and we're gonna do the quiz. Maybe tomorrow, if we're gonna see if you guys if we learn something. We're gonna see if we learn something out of this. There is going to be a quiz, and we're gonna see how people do on that, and that's gonna be fun. And you guys are gonna study for it. We're gonna score 100% on the quiz, and we're gonna be prepared for plans the next time around. All right, quick PP break for everybody, including Streamer Man, and we'll be right back. All right. All right. Who's gonna skip tomorrow's class? No one is gonna skip tomorrow's class. Everyone is gonna be here when we have the exam. Everyone is required to be here when we have the exam. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna be sick tomorrow. No. The M's for Age of Overlord. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it. Well, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. We're not done yet, chat. We're not done yet. All right. First things first. First things first. We're gonna look at the standard one card combo from Lokai. We're looking at the standard one card combo from Lokai. And as a fun exercise, I will try to do it myself because I only know it by heart until a certain point. But I'm gonna try and pull it off. Okay, so you're gonna normal summon Lokai. You're gonna summon Dry Ass. You're gonna activate Dry Ass to add Sowing. You're gonna activate Sowing. You're gonna summon the Sunseed. And I think at this point it's only important that you don't put it under the Dry Ass. You're gonna take 1000 damage from the Sowing. You're gonna trigger this and you're gonna trigger this. I believe they're always gonna do it this way around because this makes it so the Sunseed Twin is chain blocked from something like Ghost Bell, right? So Chainlink 1 is gonna be Twin, Chainlink 2 is gonna be Dryas. Dryas is gonna regain those 1000 life points that they just lost. And it's gonna tag out into a healer, and Twin is gonna summon back a Lokai. These two, well, the healer triggers, giving you 300 life points, I believe. Yeah, it's just gain 300 life points, that's it. then it's time on the round and you lose the game. But in case it's not, they're gonna make a Jasmine here. Then you're gonna make another Dryas, and you're gonna make another healer. Actually, you have to make the Dryas with the twin because these needs plant normal monster, right? Yeah, you have to make the Dryas with the twin. That's important to note, actually. If your opponent, I have never paid attention to whether my opponents did it in the right order, the right linking order. Like you have to use the Sunseed Loci to make the Sun Vine monster. You have to use the twin for the Dryas. Interesting. I did see, we learned. Okay. Now 300 Sunvine Healer, target Dryas, gain 300 life points, triggers Jasmine's effect to add. I believe at this point you simply add a Borea. Oops. You simply add a Borea. You're gonna probably summon the Borea. Equip. Don't think it matters. Don't quote me on that. Don't think it matters what you equip. Use Borea. Just send it. Activate Colosseum. Add Regulus. Do you just you could also send Borea itself, so you can immediately summon the Regulus. Maybe that's better. Maybe that's better. Maybe you do that. Yeah. And then summon out the Regulus. Alright. And then tribute Borea for Lone Fire. You could also do that. You could also do that. So we keep it in hand for a while. We can do this, and then we can Jasmine tribute one of these two. We summon out Lone Fire. Lone Fire tributes this. And I assume we get Petal? And then Regulus equips Borea. Before you search with Petal, because that locks you into plants. Yeah, that's the first part of the thing where you would be locked into plants for the rest of the turn. So you have to do this after, before you use Petal, you have to summon Regulus. And then this probably just adds Mudan. Yes. This is the point until I know it. And here, I'm not sure what you do. Like, I'm not sure if you just summon... Do you just summon Mudan? You make Jasmine number 2? And then how do I gain life points again? Petal and Loci. Oh, the Twin Seed brings back another healer. If this card is special summoned. Okay, I see. So I go... Does it matter which one I use? Maybe not. Let's see. You go with this. And then twin in the graveyard is banish this card in your grave and a link monster you control. Oh, I have to use the... Yeah, I need another... I need to use these two for this. Here. Right? And then I have to banish seed and this to bring back this. This targets this to gain 300. That triggers this. And what do I add here? Princess? Has to be princess, right? No? Snowdrop? You know what? Until this point, until a couple steps ago, I knew the combo, but from here on out, we're just gonna get some advice from the Rikka Queen herself. Let me just let's just look at it. Let's just look at it.
Yeah, there's not much else to say about this. This is your very like basic. You only have loci line.
Only have loci line. Yes, show me that. Show me that.
Okay, so we have
this music should have just been there the entire time. The entire time we do the combo, this music should have been there. By the way, huge editing mistake.
Okay,
anyways,
so we have first combo here. So we're gonna have going with just loci. So this lands on 6 interrupts. So we go from here. So semi main. With loci, to dryas effect, we'll get sowing, and we'll activate sowing. Twin, and then we'll go chaining 1 twin, chaining 2 dryas. So the reason to do it this way is just so they can't bell on your twin, and if they damage the dryas, you'll have sowing able to protect. Obviously, it's unlikely, but they do come up. So back, and we'll do.
Okay, we did this.
So this line, we can dryas and healer and jasmine. We're going to be quite common in this, like in these combos.
We did this.
It happens in the majority of combos.
We did this. We did that.
Normally become a little bit more unique.
We did this. We did that. We did this. Did that. We did this. We did that.
Summoning the Lowfire.
We did that.
Shooting the Liboria.
Yes. Yes.
Then we can summon the Regulus now before we blossom the plants because we get the plants by the petal.
Noted.
And now we'll use the effect off the petal.
Yes.
Down. So we're going to be searching 2 plants in this. It doesn't really matter too much as the order. But you
yes. Second Jasmine.
So we'll be going to Jasmine here. We'll be using Twins effect in Graveyard.
Yes.
This is going to Reborn back healer. Effect target Dryas to gain 300 more, so now on 8-9. This is really good time. There is a specific combo for time a bit later on.
Yes.
And now, grab Snowdrop. So we'll use Moonlight effect, tributing the healer, using effect to add Concon.
Concon.
We'll activate Concon, use the effect to set Glamour from deck.
Oh, we said Glamour. I thought we get Sheet. The standard combo doesn't get Sheet? Okay.
And I'll use Melius, reborning the Seed. We'll link 4 into Banglancer. So Banglancer's Grave Effect is relevant here, because we're likely tributing it off.
And this is how we get our level 4s, right?
So use a double add, and then Premier summon itself.
Tribute. Okay, I was trying to get. I was trying to set Sheet. That's why I. Yeah.
Also summon itself.
But I guess if we have any Rikka in hand, any one of these Rikkas are in hand already, we can do the other.
Overlaying Strainer. Strainer effect. Think about the Lone Fire.
This is just for follow up.
Effect. Summoning about the Lone
Fire. Actually, no. Okay.
Grave, Strainer summoning. Summoning the Hypertron. Lone Fire effect, reading itself. Again, just get additional material. So the.
This is how we get Princess.
Don't tribute Banglancer. You have it as follow up for next turn. So with this line, we're ending on 6 interrupts, including the.
This is definitely what I would expect a vanilla to turn into.
Concon, 1, Teardrop.
Okay. Yeah. This is a 54-minute video, chat. This is a 54-minute video. Let's talk about good choke points. Let's talk about good choke points in the quote-unquote standard combos. In this standard 1-card combo, what are the most common hand traps you could use in the format? Imperm, Effect Veiler, in my experience, are by far the most effective on Jasmine. On the first Jasmine, I think Imperm and Veiler are pretty damn good. You wanna make sure, I think, that with the Jasmine though, you wanna probably stop the once per turn effect, right? The hard once per turn effect, the one that tries to summon from the deck. So I think you might want to let them search. You might want to let them search if they gain life points, and then just wait for them to tribute for cost, and then Imperm or Ash. Like, so basically,
the combo routes that normally become a little bit more.
Let them add this Borea. Let them add this Borea. Equip.
So we add the Discorsium, and then we add the Regulus.
And then here.
Then we use Jasmine, shooting the heal.
Here you Imperm the Jasmine. What is the risk if you try to stop the Borea from coming down? If you try to stop the Borea from coming, like if you Imperm the Jasmine, what is the punish for it? What is the punish if I Imperm the Jasmine like a little bit earlier? Like
in these
gain life points,
it happens
and then it activates. if I imperm it here, they can just make another Jasmine. They can just make another Jasmine, and then they can still tribute into whatever, into the entire Rikka from here on out, right? Because they haven't used the tribute yet. So, yeah. Do you ever imperm Borea? Not in any of the standard combos. Not in any of the standard combos. No, no, no. Ash Blossom. Ash Blossom, in my opinion, is the hand trap that hurts this deck. Out of all the... You know, there's hand traps that are like super high impact, like Droll and Nibiru and so on and so forth. Like the big, like, all in or nothing hand traps. Out of all the, like, 1-for-1 trade hand traps, like, you know, Imperm, Veiler, Ash, Ghost Ogre, Mourner, all those, like Crow, those kind of things, the best one against Sunavalon is probably Ash. Ash is really good against the deck. What I see a lot of people do is Ash the Dryas or Imperm the Dryas, which you should never Ash this. You should never Ash this. You should always Ash the spell. Because by ashing the Dryas, you're making a mistake on multiple levels. First of all, they play multiple of the sowing. So if they hard drew the sowing, your Ash did nothing. They still continue playing like nothing happened. But even more than that, depending on how they can extend through your hand trap, they can... this thing to add a spell card is not once per turn. If they can manage to make another Dryas by using Lokai as material, they can just do it again, right? So do not Ash the Dryas effect. Always Ash here. Always Ash the sowing. Stop them from summoning the sun seed. You know. The same is true for Imperm or Veiler. Like when I said you should Imperm or Veiler the Jasmine, like at some point here, right? Here you would Imperm the Jasmine. They still end on some stuff, right? They will still end on they will still end on at least, what is this, Bengal Lancer plus Regulus, right? In this particular spot, even without anything else in hand, it's still Bengal Lancer Regulus. So Imperm alone doesn't do that much on this combo here. And I will say, if you Imperm the Dryas in the very beginning and they have no extenders,
so like me,
it's not... the Imperming here can potentially be pretty good. It's very risky. But if... Let's say you look at your hand. You look at your hand and you have no way to beat Bengal Lancer Regulus, right? Let's say you only have one play, or maybe like you cannot push through Bengal Lancer Regulus, right? You can just Imperm the Dryas and hope that's enough, right? You can hope that's enough, 100%. Like if your hand, if your deck does not beat Bengal Lancer Regulus, you should probably Imperm the Dryas and just hope for the best. Because Imperming Jasmine is usually the more consistent way. Like, Imperming Jasmine is probably better overall. But if, like I said, Imperming the Jasmine still ends on Bengal Lancer plus Regulus, if your hand can't deal with that, there's no point in Imperming the Jasmine. Then you should Imperm the Dryas, right? As far as other hand traps go, even like maybe you have a hand trap in your side deck and you're not sure if it's good or not. DD Crow has a couple of interesting choke points. I think you can use DD Crow right here to crow the Lokai when they try to revive it with the twin. I think that's a good use of DD Crow. Why are we saying Droll question mark? What's the what question do you have about Droll and Lockbird? Yes, Droll and Lockbird is good against this deck, and you discarded frame 1 when they add a card from their deck to their hand. Frame 1, you do that. There's no point in waiting. You just Droll them as soon as you can. Just Droll them. Droll them as soon as you can. Stop saying Droll question mark. Yes, Droll is good against the deck that adds like 4 cards from their deck to their hand. during the first like 2 activations. Like just drop the droll. Just drop the droll. Chat, please, for the love of God, just droll the plant opponent. All right, DD Crow on the Loci, probably your best use for it. Probably your best bet is to crow the Loci here. Alternatively, you can prevent the Regulus from coming out by crowing the Berea. However, I don't think that's that great of a play.
So this line we can
I don't think it's better to crow the Therion. Like,
we'll be going to
right here you can crow the Berea, and then all that the crow has done was stop the Regulus from coming down. That's all it does, right? Whatever you do, though, whatever you decide to do, never chain the crow to Regulus effect. Okay? Please. Please. We've talked about this before. The classroom was full. No excuses. Don't chain crow to Regulus effect. Okay? Don't. Because it will still summon itself. It will simply not equip the Borea. Stopping Regulus is good if you have evenly. Yeah, if you have evenly, you could think about crowing the Omni Negate, the Regulus, because that is the only card in their setup. The only card in their setup that negates evenly matched is the Regulus, because the Hyperiton will not have a trap attached, right? The Hyperiton will not have a trap attached. I don't think there is. I'm trying to think of all the cards we read today. There was not a single Omni Negate for traps outside of Regulus. It's the only card that stops the evenly matched, right? So if you have Crow and evenly in your hand, you can crow the Borea here, and then just evenly them, right? That's what that is a potential play you can make. Yeah. Nibiru, for whatever it's worth, if you have Nibiru is pretty good against this deck, and it should probably happen right here. Right? This is where you want to nib them. I would say nib them before they have used the Lone Fire to tribute to summon the pedal, because you don't want them to have the pedal in the graveyard. After they summon, you can also do it. I would argue. Okay, wait. So search Lily, summon Lily. You can. Okay, you can. On chain to healer is good. So what I was thinking. Okay, we can discuss this. We can discuss this because it's interesting. What I was thinking is we can wait for all this, right? Because what it does is it gets the once per turn, the hard once per turn Jasmine effect out of the way, right? That's what I was thinking. But potentially, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it's fine to just nib here, right? Maybe you just nib here. When they try to gain life points, you just kill the 3 monsters here. And they, they don't get this Colosseum and the Regulus online. That is maybe even better. I'm not sure what exactly they could have to extend through the entire sequence. Yeah. They can still Regulus after nib if we wait. Yeah, I know. I'm aware that if we nib later, they still have a Regulus Omni Negate, but I just didn't think that was that big of a deal for most decks, right? If nib is your only card, your only hand trap, you probably have a very engine heavy hand, so you are likely to be able to deal with one Regulus. It might also depend on whether they have normal summoned or not, right? It might depend on, have they used unexpected die, or did they just normal summon Loci? Because of course, if they have used die, they have more potential ways to extend the combo, right? Like, I think there is definitely a world where it's a key advantage basically to accept that they have Regulus, right? Like you would nib them
Jasmine, the healer.
here. You would nib them here. You would accept the fact that they get Regulus, guaranteed, but the once per turn Jasmine effect is out of the way. So that even if they have extenders, even if they have a way to still play, they cannot use the Jasmine again, right? To summon from the deck, which I think is potentially worth something, right? So that's that, right? But those are the two potential spots. Those are the two potential spots for Nibiru, I think. Nibiru, if you're ever wondering, Nibiru is pretty good against Rikka. No matter where you use it, Nibiru is pretty strong against Rikka in this case. If you nib, can they thrust into Unexpected Die? Well, Unexpected Die requires them to have no monsters, and the Nibiru token will stop them from doing it. The Nibiru, with Nibiru, they are not going to be able to use Unexpected Die. They have a monster on the board, so that's not something you need to be concerned about. Yeah. So those are like the, I think those are even for multiple card combos, those are by far your best choke points, right? Imperm and Veiler should be used on either Jasmine when they tribute, or maybe on Dryas if you're feeling if you feel like you have to take the risk. You can Imperm, Veiler, Mourner, Dryas. Nibiru either here, right before they use Lonefire to summon out Petal, or a little bit earlier than that.
The Dryas, you'll have something to protect. Obviously, it's unlikely, but they do.
After they summon Jasmine and the two Link monsters, like right here.
This line, we can keep Dryas and Healer and Jasmine. We're going to be quite common.
Like right here, you can nib them as well. Crow, probably Crow the Loci after the Sunseed Twins is activated. Bell, unfortunately, has no real use against the deck when they chain block correctly. Accordingly, if they chain block the Twins, I think Bell is very, very underwhelming against the deck. I don't think it should even be in your deck after siding. Like if you're main decking it, sure, but I don't consider it a good card against Rikka. So I don't like it. Strenna add back, I don't think is good enough reason to Bell, especially because in most combos, if Bell is your, like, I'm looking at it from the perspective of Bell. Like, if Bell is your only hand trap, it's never gonna be good enough, right? It's never gonna be good enough. But it's in combinations with other hand traps, it can potentially be okay. But it's usually just, it could be a different hand trap. You can Bell Strenna's graveyard effect to summon from the extra deck. Yeah, because it can also summon from the graveyard. But the thing is, like, that is so late down the line. Like, at that point, if your opponent is annoyed by it, they can just negate it with Regulus. But it's just like, at that point, you just have, you let them have like so much other stuff that trading a Bell for that is probably not that good for you. Like, it's just not that good. Yeah. Ogre on the Dryas is quite good. Ogre on the Dryas, you say?
Okay, so we have.
You say Ogre on the Dryas.
Just Loci. So this line on 6 interrupts. So we go from here. So Sunlight main. Loci.
If we
Dryas effect, get stunning.
If we Ogre the Dryas here, I mean, you have to use Ogre here, right? If you're playing Ogre for some reason, if you Ogre the Dryas, if you have Ogre in your deck for some reason, you have to use it here, because later down the line, it's going to be completely dead, because as soon as the Sowing hits the graveyard, they can protect all of their Link monsters. Right? I guess you can freaking Ghost Ogre the Konkon to set a card. I guess. That's something you can do. But that they can, first of all, they can just negate that with Regulus if they want to. They can negate it with Regulus if they want to, because they will have a Regulus at some point. But that does not really, no, that does not seem good. Like, if you have Ogre in your deck, you can Ogre the Dryas here, and I guess that's not terrible. But I also would not consider it like a good play, right? Ogre on Dryas ends the same as Ash Sowing? Not really, right? Because if they have, depending on what they opened with, if they just have, let's say they used Unexpected Die, they can just normal any level 4 or lower plant monster, make Dryas again, and then just activate Sowing and continue as nothing happened, right? They just need one plant extender. Even if they used their normal summon, they can just special summon Princess, make another Dryas, activate Sowing, and just continue as if nothing happened. Right? That's so it's not the same as using Ash on Sowing. Ash on Sowing is way better. Because the freaking Sowing here effectively summons out 3 bodies, right? Sowing here summons 3 bodies. Sowing summons 3 monsters in this deck because it summons the Seed, it triggers Dryas to extend, and the Seed summons back the Loci. So it's 3 bodies. So if you can Ash the Sowing, it's very hard for them to push through it. Right? Ogre on Konkon? Yeah, you can Ogre the Konkon, but they will have Regulus if they are annoyed by it. They will have Regulus ready if they want to. So this deck is actually good and not just an EU free deck. I mean, look, hey. This deck is not bad. Like, there's no way this is a bad deck. I do think a large part of its success stems from the fact that people are not respecting it in multiple ways, right? People are not respecting this deck in their own deck building decisions, and I am literally also guilty of this. There is one thing this deck is incredibly weak to, and that thing is hand traps. Regular good old hand traps that feel sometimes so mediocre against so many other decks are really good against this deck, right? Ash, Imperm, Droll, Veiler, Nib, all those cards, literally all those cards are really good against this deck, right? Sometimes it can play through them, but any deck can do that. But most of the time, you have hand traps against this deck, you're probably gonna be fine. And then the bigger issue, which is, I don't want to, this is not supposed to be any bashing or anything of any of the previous people that lost to this deck in like the finals of the YCS or Euros. What happens a lot when I see feature matches of this deck is that the deck either breaks or the deck gets hand trapped a little bit, and then a weird grind game ensues, right? There's a weird grind game happening where these little micro interactions really, really matter, right? Where these small mistakes that people make really turn the game completely upside down. Like people struggling to play around freaking Dryas to summon from the extra deck when you take damage, right? And that's something that in the normal combo line never matters. It's not relevant. But then when you're in a grind game, this thing is on your opponent's board, and it gets weird, right? It suddenly gets weird to play around the Dryas or to summon your stuff in attack because the Dryas otherwise can just crash into it and extend for free, and so on and so forth. Or people using their Crow in a weird spot or things like that, right? That I think is the biggest deal. It's like where to hand trap this deck is not the hardest thing in the world, because the choke points in the combo are relatively obvious, right? The choke points in the combo is relatively obvious. Sowing summons 3 plant monsters from your deck. Yeah, Ash the Sowing. Ash the freaking Sowing. Jasmine is the card that gives you access to the Therions and the Rikka cards. Yeah, Imperm or Veiler the freaking Jasmine. It's not that difficult. Nib them before they have the Omni Negate on board. Yeah, noted. Nib them before they have the Omni Negate on board. Right? It's not that difficult. I don't think it's because people are using their hand traps wrong. I don't think that's the reason. I think it's the reason is people will make huge mistakes against this deck in the grind game because they are not aware of all the little secondary effects, you know? Sowing protects your link monsters in the graveyard. Dryas can't be attacked and summons things from the extra deck when you take battle damage. Thrasher can get really big out of nowhere. You know, Petal comes back in your opponent's end phase. Bengal Lancer can come back from the graveyard and be annoying. Hyperion can changes on what he can negate depending on what kind of materials he's got. You know, there's like so many small interactions that, you know, some people are for sure. I've seen Imperm on Dryas too often. I mean, yeah, okay. Imperm on Dryas, I think, is usually going to be incorrect. I think if your hand is, if you have any average hand in most decks, you should just Imperm the Jasmine. But yeah, I mean, yeah. So that's the one thing I think that people constantly like misplay against this deck. Is usually the small things in the grind game. Like I see that way too often. Like if you look at the European Championship finals, it's the exact same thing, right? I don't remember if Jess brigged or if she just got hand trapped to death, right? But that was definitely a weird ass grind game in game 3 that could have been decided at multiple points had we just made better decisions. In the finals of Euros. The finals of YCS Dortmund was the same thing, right? The deck brigged in game 3, and it would have been it was Vanquish Soul's game to go away with if they just summoned that Zeus in attack position or play around the Rikka sheet being set, right? Like the thing is, if you look at this situation, let me just pull it up in the hold up, YCS Dortmund finals. So there's a couple things here. There's two decisions that are being made in this turn that matter, that they seem logical at first glance, right? They seem logical at first glance, but it's two huge things that we need to talk about, right? The first and obvious thing is summoning Zeus in defense position, which you have no reason to do that against Rikka. We've talked about it, and we've talked about it a couple times today in the classroom. Your big monsters, even your small monsters, should probably be in attack position against Rikka always, right? Simply because you offer your opponent a free extension opportunity by summoning it in defense. Your opponent makes a Dryas, crashes into it, gets the effect to summon from the extra deck, gets more monsters than they should have for no reason. The other thing is here, there's a set card on the opponent's board, and we're not using the Zeus. We have 4 materials on Zeus. Julius bricked last turn. Julius had no plays on the last turn. If, like, for the most part, 99% of the time, this means that we don't need double Zeus. We do not need double Zeus activation next turn to stop Rikka from playing, because even if Julius top decks a way to play, Petal, Loci, Unexpected Die, whatever, we just Zeus it and we're good. The set card ends up being you just have to Zeus the set card because it can be Imperm, Droplet, or Rikka sheet, which all stop your Zeus from doing anything next turn, right? So just Zeus the set card, right? Just Zeus the set card and pass, right? And then we probably win, especially if the Zeus is in attack position. If the Zeus is in attack position, you know, it's a very small thing. This is not a quote unquote like insanely obvious thing, like super bad play. Nothing like that. It's a very small interaction. It's a very small interaction, and if we just summon the Zeus in attack, we probably win, right? It's a habit, it's a habit, but like that's unfortunately what made the difference here, right? It's unfortunately what made all the difference in this final match. All right, yeah. I slept in class. Why Zeus in attack again? Okay, chat. No more questions. No more questions. This is the end of the class. This is the end of the class. I will try and work out a freaking... We can do a little fun exam on this in the upcoming streams at some point to see if everyone paid attention. I think that'd be fun. I'm talking to Skrelp already. On like how we can potentially do it. I think I'm gonna prepare some questions for this, and we probably do the thing. Yeah, in the upcoming streams. But yeah, I genuinely do think that this was good to do. And I'm not gonna lie, even I did learn a couple things that I was not aware of 100% before this. Most of the stuff I have looked at, but for example, I did not know that these needed plant normal monsters. I thought these were also level 4 or lower plants. I also... What else did I not know? I did not know Strenna could also summon from the graveyard. That's something that was new to me. And I did not know Bengal Lancer was only one of each effect per turn, not both. That's also something I was not sure about. So that's still like, that was important too. Can we do something like class learning as weekly content for the meta? I mean, hey, if people enjoy this sort of stuff, I'm down to do it more in the future for like decks that are not really well known. I had fun doing this. I thought it was fun. I thought it was a fun segment. And now, after all this, there's now no more excuses to be made. Rikka, from now on, can never win a European event again. We all collectively now have no more excuses. If this ever wins an event again, the stream afterwards is going to be awkward. So we cannot let that happen. Next time yeah, that's going to be awkward if that happens another time. Anyways, all right. I'm cooking for Indianapolis. Are you going to Indianapolis? All right, I think you told me. Yeah, okay. Moving on. Hope this goes on YouTube because I just missed it. I think it will go on YouTube. I think it will go on YouTube. I think it was fun. I think I'm going to turn it into a YouTube video and upload it at some point this week. So in case you actually missed the Rikka Sunavalon classroom, go ahead and type ! I think it's ! YouTube. You can subscribe to the YouTube channel and it's probably going to be there. Yeah. All right, I have a couple more things lined up for today. Interesting stuff. We have just to give you guys a little heads up. We have OCG metagame updates. We have Age of Overlord planned. We're gonna look at Age of Overlord. What's to come? This set releases in freaking 2 weeks, which is crazy. Can someone remind me really quick of when the rarity collection comes out? That's after Age of Overlord, right? 2nd of November. Okay. A new card just got released. Yeah, I already opened it up as well. We have a new card that was just revealed. We're going to look at Age of Overlord. We have the 2009 TCG recap lined up. That's one that I'm really looking forward to. That's one thing we're going to watch in just a bit. That's going to be sick. Yeah, those are the plans for today. Let's start with a simpler one. Let's start with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Area Championship 2023 in Osaka from this was posted on the 2nd of October and it was held on the 30th of September. And now This is... I have not looked at this. And you guys are saying Tearlaman's strongest in the chat. I'm already scared. I believe that this is with the new Forbidden and Limited list in the OCG. I believe so. I think so. I think this is with the newest Forbidden and Limited list. Oh no, it's not. It's not? Oh, it's old ban list. Yeah, then Tearlaman's probably just one. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, I thought it was gonna be interesting. This is old ban list. Cringe. GigaChad. Yeah. No, it's old ban list. Chaos Ruler one last ride. No, that's so anticlimactic. I don't want to talk about I don't want to talk about this one. Rescue. I guess I can leave this up as like as reference because we are going to talk about Age of Overlord, which means we're going to have to talk about Rescue Ace incorporating the Diabellstar package. So I guess I can leave this up as reference. That's good. I don't know what this okay, yeah. The one thing I love, the one thing I'm genuinely going to miss, because surely Tearlaments are going to be gone after the ban list in the OCG. The one thing I'm going to miss is looking at the deck names for Tearlament decks. That is truly an experience. The friggin' Sinful Spoils Adventure, Ishizu Kashtira Tearlaments. Look at all those limited cards. Ooh, Unchained. They're discovering Unchained. What the hell? That's Tasuku? Oh yeah, it is. Thank you, Tearlaman's strongest. The hell is this Rainbow Magician doing here? What does that do? Do you search that with Sangan and then activate it? Can you do that? You probably can, right? Can you? Other than that, it's just pretty much the TCG stuff that everyone's been doing. I wonder if we have any OCG players in chat right now, or anyone very, very much into the OCG. Were people playing this deck like this before it came up in the TCG already? Or is that something that they adapted from the TCG maybe? Never? Interesting. Interesting. Have they learned that the TCG sometimes cooks? Is that a thing now? Because I have seen someone has sent me like an OCG deck profile using Naturia Runic, inspired by the deck I brought to Worlds, stuff like that. So maybe it's a thing that they've been... Maybe it's just that after this year's World Championship, where TCG won, like the TCG duelists won the TCG category at Master Duel. Maybe that's you know, maybe that's the thing now. I saw some tweets of people from OCG reporting TCG content. Maybe now they're watching. I see what you're saying. The only thing I'm confused about is what the hell is a tweet? Do you mean an X? I don't know what that is. Anyways, the Rainbow Magician, I can only imagine, is to beat decks like this one, which doesn't have a whole lot of things to set. No one calls it X. Stop it. That was the joke. Congratulations, you have you've gotten the joke. I'm very proud of you. Yeah, I don't know. This thing basically, this thing is Mystic Mine for... thank you for the kind words, Sirad, and thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate you so much. Thank you. Yeah, this card is basically Mystic Mine against decks that cannot set cards because you cannot use monster effects or attack, I think, while you don't have any set cards. So, yeah, that's that. You can Sangan search it, I guess. Like Sangan, tour guide summon Sangan, Link, grab this, and go. I believe. Hold up. Let me see. 5 Rainbow Magician. I want to see if there's an application that I'm thinking of an application. Oh no, it's Day Control. Okay. I guess going second, you can like, if you play into a board and they don't have any set cards, you can just tour guide into Sangan, into grab this, start playing. I guess. But I don't know why else it would be a one of. I don't know why else it would be a one of because you cannot search it otherwise, right? I don't see a card here. Is it a fiend? No. There's no other ways you can ever search it. I guess you can foolish it. Yeah, no, you're right. You can foolish it. You can mill it? Okay. If that's the reason, that's insane. If you play against Tearlaments and they go Kelbeck and you mill this and then you get to place it to stop all of your opponent's like summon triggers, that's crazy. But yeah, okay. More Tearlaments, more Unchained. Damn. You know what the funny thing is? I don't even think Unchained is that good in the OCG. Like, unironically, I think these kind of mid-range decks that lose to Max C completely, which Unchained, we don't have to talk about. Like, Unchained, if that deck, like, summons Tour Guide and gets Max Seed, nah, man, you're not winning that game most of the time. Unless you win the minigame. But those types of decks don't tend to be that good. It's the same for Master Duel, you know? Like, a deck like Sprite has always been severely suffering in Master Duel from Max C. I mean, of course, it was still a good deck, but only because, like, there was no other real options at sometimes. You know? You summon Sangan, make Yama, and just add 5 Rainbow? Yeah, I mean, sure. I guess. You let your opponent draw 3 and make Rage Escape pass? Yeah, but that's pathetic, right? That's just pathetic. If my opponent draws 3 cards with Max C, they're going to start their turn with an 8-card hand. You know. 8-card hand against a Rage and a Trap card is probably death. I guess here you can Sangan to add your own Max C. That's true. In this build, can't do that. I guess you could roll. I guess you could roll yourself, which is not terrible in Unchained because it can work under draw. So your opponent draws 1, then you draw. I guess. Why are you doing this to me, OCG? Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Why are you playing it just like that? Why is there desires in your runic deck with 1 fountain? Why does it have 1 duality? What's the reason for 1 duality? They have 3 demise still? They have 3 demise still, dude. That's crazy. How many demise do we have? 1, right? It's 1 demise in the TCG, 2 demise in Master Duel, right? Or is it also 1 in Master Duel now? I forgot. That's crazy. Master Duel has 2. Right, yeah, it has 2. Mr. Kanira, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Oh, Giga Chad. The Merly, though. The Merly for the Winda. God damn. Merly. And then any Pearly. That's such... God damn, that's so gooey, dude. You play Shaddoll Draw Engine. You play the Shaddoll Draw Engine, and then when you draw with the Shaddolls, you can turn any of the thingies plus a cat into a sprint, and then you just send Merly, and you make Winda. That is so cringe and kind of genius at the same time. That is so cringe and genius at the same time. You think that's good? I don't know if it's good, but it's definitely not terrible. It's like it's an idea for sure. It is an idea for sure. I'm gonna do it in Master Duel. We'll have fun with that because that's not gonna work. But you do you. Good luck with that. Oh my god, it's a Giga Chad. It's a Giga Chad. Why is there Kaiser Coliseum? I just Kaiser Coliseum. No. God damn, dude. Kaiser Coliseum Salamangreat. Oh man. I will say, chat, you're not gonna like what I hear, what I'm about to say. I don't even like what I'm about to say, but the fact that Kaiser Coliseum is still banned, unironically, is pretty damn cringe. Because if you compare Kaiser Coliseum to any other Floodgate that's currently being played, it is much worse. I am not unhappy that it's banned. I'm not unhappy that it's banned. I'm just saying it's hella weird that other Floodgates have not been banned before this. Like, the fact that people look at a card like Skill Drain, Goes in Match, Rivalry, Anti-Spell, There Can Be Only One, all those cards, and every single one of those cards is at 3, and then they are like, but Kaiser Coliseum needs to stay banned, is very weird. It's very, very weird. Kaiser was a ruling nightmare. Yeah, it's almost like that's the reason. It's almost like that's the reason to keep Kaiser Coliseum banned. It's because it's got some ruling issues. It doesn't feel like the reason is we don't like it because it's a Floodgate. Because it's definitely not better than the Floodgates we already have. Like, people would not play this card. This card is also at 3 in Master Duel, and people don't play it. Right? And when's the last time you've freaking seen it in an OCG list? Like, literally 99% of chat right now did not even know it was legal in the OCG. You can't use Nibiru under Kaiser. And what the hell kind of point are you making? What's your point? Your point is Kaiser Coliseum is good because Nibiru? I see. All I know is that this card is at 3 in Master Duel, and I've never even thought about playing it. Actually, that's not true. I may have played it in Sky Striker once. Oh, yeah. What the hell is this card? What is this? Ashoka Pillar. All right. Yo, huh? OCG is based. Why is Kaiser? Why is this like the OCG is so weird, man? This is old ban list. This is old ban list. No one ever played Salamangreat. I don't think we've ever seen Salamangreat a single time ever during this format. And now it's just 2 people decide, hey, Salad is just it. And they're both playing Salad with Kaiser Coliseum. What is happening? Where is this coming from? Is there like is there a source where this deck is from and now everyone is copying it? Like, I'm genuinely wondering if something like that exists, you know? teammates, but it's not the same list though. Right? It's not the same list. Well, I guess maybe. There's a lot of decks here. Sinful Spoils. Yo, Gunther, thank you for the full year, man. Appreciate that. Hope you had a good travel home if you've already traveled home. It was nice seeing you. I don't want to talk about this one either. I don't feel the urge to talk about this one. Like, this is a deck where when I'm looking at it, I'm like, nah, I'm good. Like, Fossil Dyna, Secret Village, Super Heavy Samurai, Valence all in one deck. I am much happier. Well, I was much happier before I saw this. I was much happier before I saw this. So I would like to go back to that state. Yeah. Okay. This is something I'm genuinely scared of, by the way. This deck is something that I'm genuinely scared of. Like Centurion, we're gonna talk about Centurion at some point. I don't want to go into it in too much detail. We've already looked at the cards once, and the Centurion cards I think are good. And the Centurion cards themselves, I have no issues with. I just want to say that off the bat. Centurion in itself, no issues at all. I have no problem with any of the Centurion cards. I have a problem with the things that they do and the tools that they have in their extra deck. Because the deck, basically in the OCG right now, I believe the deck's plan is to just spit out Crimson Dragon into Calamity. And it does so very, very effectively and efficiently. Which I, once again, maybe I had a little bit too much faith, but I genuinely thought, and I actually thought that we would get a ban on King Calamity with the last TCG ban list as well, because it was kind of a big deal, right? The card has been seeing some play in like Minidium and such. I guess the reason why they didn't do it was probably because of the structure deck that just came out. Maybe that might have been the actual reason why they didn't want to ban it, right? The fucked up thing is that I genuinely think Centurion is like can still be a solid deck even without it. Like, even without the cringe Calamity combo in the TCG, I think Centurion has potential. And I believe that. I believe when I say Centurion has genuinely good cards. Like, the cards in that deck are good. It's gonna find a way to be played, even without the cringe, like, Crimson Dragon into Blazar into Calamity. And I hope that we don't have those, like, some of this needs to be banned until we get the Centurion, but maybe they won't do that. I don't know, man. I'm just scared of that shit. I just don't want it to be, I don't want this deck to be a Crimson Dragon turn skip deck. That's what I don't want. That's what I don't want. They could just ban Crimson Dragon at some point, because that's probably the only way people are gonna summon these two guys at some point, like in the near future, right? And in that case, you could technically, like, leave alone the stuff from the structure deck and just ban Crimson Dragon. But to be fair, there's still, like, it still is a decent amount of time down the line until we get the Centurion cards, because the Centurion cards they are not from Age of Overlord, they are from Valiant Smashers, I believe is what it's called. And that is a collector's rare set, like Amazing Defenders and so on and so forth. So it's going to be a little bit later. It's going to be a little bit after Age of Overlord. People in chat are saying November 17th, which is sooner than I thought. That's 1.5 months. Dude, how fast are they releasing product, man? We get Age of Overlord in 2 weeks. 2 weeks after that, we get the Rarity Collection. 2 weeks after that, we get the Valiant Smashers? Really? Yeah, damn. Alright, well. Every 2 weeks. I mean, okay. I guess the Rarity Collection doesn't give us new cards, right? Does the Rarity Collection have imports? Or TCG exclusives? I don't think it does, right? It's just reprints. It's just reprints. So in that sense, I guess. You know. Death the Striker, thank you for the 9 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. The Fire King structured the day before Bologna too. Dude, I can't. This feels faster than usual. This year feels faster than usual. Am I the only one? There's no way that's always been the regular schedule, right? That does not feel like the normal schedule we used to have. No shot. Either that or the older you get, the faster time passes. I don't know, man. It's because you're getting old? Okay, that was hurtful. Don't say that. It was okay when I said it, but you should not have said that. Aware. That's a whole ass Buster Blader. That's a whole ass Buster Blader in your deck. What the hell is going on? How'd you get second place with Buster Blader, dude? I will say the freaking Buster Blader deck, it's never been successful anywhere, but on like Master Duel, I think I've lost to this deck like once or twice because the freaking lock can sometimes be very hard to break for some decks. Sometimes you just have it. Sometimes these sort of decks just have it and then you just lose to it. Okay, more rescue ace, more rescue ace, more rescue ace, more rescue. Okay, stop. More. Hey! Okay. Branded. Horus Centurion. God damn. Supreme King Magician, Manadium. Sinful Spoils, Ishizu, Kashtira, Centurion. Okay. Yeah, that was interesting. I'm gonna leave the rescue ace around on the screen in the back of the tab, just so we have a reference point for when we talk about Age of Overlord. But yeah, this tournament, I don't want to go too deep into the results of this tournament because apparently it was using the old ban list. It was using the old ban list, and the new one would have been far more interesting. So yeah. Dwarenith, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you a lot. Thank you. Welcome back. All right. Before we hop into Age of Overlord, we're probably gonna have the lunch break. But before we do that, let's go and do Phantom Nightmare, new card. It's only one card. You can activate one card with this card's name once per turn. Tribute a fusion or synchro monster. Special summon one monster with the same original level from your deck, but return it to the hand during the end phase. Ooh. That? Oh, wait, Runic. I can just tribute. So what you're telling me is I can tribute Hugin to summon any level 2. I can tribute. you can summon Maxi and return it to the hand during the end phase. That's so funny. You can tribute Munin to summon any level 3. You can tribute Gary to summon any level 4. You can tribute Freki to summon any level 5. Or you can even use freaking Sleipnir to summon any level 9. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Barrier statue. So your first instinct was, you read the card, right? I just want to clarify. You read this card, and it says special summon a monster with the same level and return it to your hand during the end phase. And your first instinct was to summon a barrier statue? So you're trying to summon a barrier statue, lock yourself for the rest of the turn, right? You're trying to lock yourself for the rest of the turn, and then lift the lock in your own end phase. That's what you're trying to do. That's the first thing that comes to your mind when you see this card. Is I'm gonna lock myself with a barrier statue, and then it's gonna return to the hand in the end phase, and my opponent can do whatever they want. That's a crazy first thought to have. That's a crazy first thought to have. I'm impressed by that. I'm low-key impressed by that. But no, I'm just thinking of the things you could have done. Like, for example, this card in Runic Furhire Sprite, you know, you don't draw your sprite cards, no problem. Tribute Hugin, get it. You don't draw your Rex, no problem. Tribute Hugin, get it. You know, there's uses for this. There's definitely uses for this. There's one thing that makes this card a little bit worse, and that is the fact that it's not a quick play. If this was a quick play to freaking dodge Imperm on Hugin, this card would straight up be insane. It would be straight up busted. Like, it would be completely busted if it was a quick play spell. Like, if you could dodge Imperm on Hugin, oh man. Ash hurts a lot on this. Depends, right? It depends. Instant fusion combo. Ah, yes, that's the broken part about this card, is that you can combo it with instant fusion. Okay, this card seems handcrafted for Runics. I'm gonna be honest with you. This card seems handcrafted for Runics because it's by far the easiest archetype that summons out fusions. It has a lot of different levels available, and it even clears your extra monster zone so you can summon more Runics, right? So it's like, this card seems handcrafted for Runics, but on second thought, what else can you do with this card? Is there like an interesting use for this card? Because it kind of feels like a duality card to me, a little bit like duality. Like, you don't want to, you can't really, you don't want to build an entire deck around it, because then if you don't draw it, then, you know, you kind of need like a natural, fit for a card like this, because you're not going to build a new deck around it. It has to fit into an existing deck. Which it does that with Runic decks. It does fit into Runic decks, but what other decks does it fit into? You know, what can I do? Like, I can summon an Albion in my branded deck, and then I can tribute it. The problem with that is that it's very hard to like, I think if branded can already play to the point where they can make a Albion, they probably don't need a card like this one. Shinobu, thank you for the 5 months. Like, in that case, I would say it's like a win more kind of thing, right? Because you already need to be playing to make use of this card, which is not the case when you're looking at something like a Runic deck. Like, a Runic deck summoning a fusion is not equal to, I'm already playing, like, my hand is already like comboing off, right? That's always what you do, no matter if you bricked or not. Can it tribute enemies' monsters? No. Tribute a monster always refers to your own monsters. Of course not. Of course not. Nah, let him cook. Yeah, no, this card is just the best card in the universe, because if your opponent has a fusion or a synchro, you can just tribute it for cost and just summon a monster from your deck with the same level. Yeah, you could, no, just reasonable card, right? You know, tribute your opponent's Mirror Jade, summon any level 8 from the monster from the opponent's from your deck. Yeah. No, it does that. It does that, surely. Runic Sprite is back. I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see, right? The thing you have to realize is we're looking at a card from Phantom Nightmare, chat. This card is from Phantom Nightmare, which is not even out in the OCG yet. So this is a card that in the TCG we're gonna get this like months down the line. There could be more ban lists that hit Runic or other things. Like this is not even a 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh card. February 2024 is what chat is saying right now. Like this is a 4 months from now kind of deal, right? So it was interesting to look at now. I think there is potential as someone who's been playing Runic decks a lot. I think this is a card that would have made its way into some of my Runic decks. I think so. But we're gonna have to wait and see how the meta looks like in February of 2024. Like the ban list situation until then, the general position for Runic in the format, all that kind of stuff. We have to wait and find out. But it's an interesting card. It's not bad, and it definitely has potential to maybe have an impact on the way we play Runics in the future. So, I mean, that's a win in my book. I like that. All right. Before we hop into Age of Overlord, because that's what we're going to do next. Before we hop into Age of Overlord, we're going to have a small little, React Andy break because we're about to have lunch. We're going to watch something that I've been waiting for. I've been waiting for this. I really wanted to do this, but I wanted to focus on YCS Dortmund and everything. But now we finally have the time to watch the Yu-Gi-Oh 2009 recap. If you remember, if you were here, it was like 2 weeks ago we watched the 2008 one, and it's such a nostalgic. It was such a nostalgic video, so I'm really looking forward to this one. So we're gonna watch it today. And afterwards we're going to look at Age of Overlord. So I kind of like how this stream was structured because we had the class in the beginning. Now I'm the substitute teacher that brings a movie to class, right? Everyone loves that, right? So now we're going to have the substitute teacher that shows you guys a movie. And then afterwards, we're going to go back to class for Age of Overlord, right? So for now, my role is just the substitute teacher that watches a movie with you guys. So that's what we're going to do now. Poggers, movie time, movie angle. Also, once again, huge shout out to the Law YGO. I'm gonna link you guys the video right now, because the content on this channel, honestly, for old Yugi heads like me, this one is just perfect. So let's go. Were you playing competitively in 2009? Okay, so just so we're all on the same page. My situation in 2009 I was 13 years old. I was 13 years old. I turned 14 in 2009 in September. So I was going to locals. I was going to locals a lot, but I did not play really competitively, simply because I was not allowed to travel very much as a 13-year-old, which is understandable. So there was at the time, even this is how long ago we're talking, there were no YCSs yet. They did not exist yet. In the USA, there were Shonen Jump Championship Series, is what they were called. But in Europe, we did not even have those. In Europe, the only thing that we had at the time, I think it was called Pharaoh Tours. And Pharaoh Tours was kind of the equivalent to Shonen Jump Championship Series in the US, which is kind of the nowadays equivalent to a YCS. But I never got to play in a Pharaoh Tour because I was simply too young. They were always kind of far away, and I never got to travel to one. So what I played at the time was I played locals pretty much every week or even multiple times a week. And I would travel to like regional level events, that kind of stuff, right?
As we leave the wreckage of the meta that was the end of 2008's metagame, changes were on the horizon. We had just entered the 5Ds era proper.
And this is also for context, this is just after Synchros came out in 2008. So it shifted from before Synchros, the meta was Dark Armed Dragon decks and Gladiator Beasts mostly, and then we got tuners, we got Lightsworns, we got like it was Teledad, Lightsworn, that kind of era.
And since its start, Teledad was an uncontrollable beast, taking over every event's top cut and threatening to do the same going into 2009 with
Do you have any experience that I could share with my son? He's 16 and just qualified for his first Euros next year. Regularly tops locals and we travel for regionals. I'm more than happy to support him in a hobby he enjoys. First of all, based dad, wholesome dad, very nice to hear that. No, I think your son is on a very promising way. If he's already doing well at locals and so on and so forth, I don't see any reason why he wouldn't be able to improve on that. And but for now, I think it's just important that he keeps enjoying the hobby. You know, as long as he keeps enjoying the hobby, he's gonna be okay. I think that's the most natural thing that always happens is the people that enjoy the game and keep enjoying the game are the ones that are usually going to be successful at some point. It's like it's something that the process of getting better at this game should never really feel like it's hard work, even though it is, and it takes a lot of time to get better at this game. But as long as he enjoys it and it keeps him happy, I don't think he needs to worry about getting better because it's going to happen, right?
no shot at a ban list until March unless an emergency one would drop. In addition to this, a lawsuit was raging on in the background, as Konami versus Upper Deck had come to a head with Konami refusing to provide product to Upper Deck for distribution, with Upper Deck issuing a statement saying that the newest set of champion packs, the packs used as entry compensation and prizing at LCS tournaments, was not provided to them for distribution, to which Konami issued a statement claiming that it was due to
Is this better to watch at 1.25 or 1?
Konami terminating the contract between the two companies,
Even
though the issue was still being debated in court.
Because it is quite long, but I still want to thoroughly enjoy it. But let's see.
Because of this, there was no beginning of the year set release that would usually kick off the year, meaning we're going to be
0.75, that's a GigaChat answer.
jumping straight into the SJC circuit. SJCs this particular year are also going to be a bit of a sticky situation, as the Shonen Jump Championships were mostly an Upper Deck creation, meaning that with the constant fluctuation from Konami v Upper Deck, SJCs were going to slow off tremendously this year compared to the previous years, resulting in only 7 SJCs in the entirety of 2009, two of which would happen before the lawsuit would be settled. SJC San Francisco would take place on January 10th, and surprisingly,
so this is where we're at. Teledat is by far the best deck, or the most popular deck for sure. Lightsworn exists, Glad Beast exists. I don't know what the hell Soul Control is, and Zombies is also kind of there.
No one, Teledad's Tier 0 reign was still in full swing, taking 12 of the top 16, with the remaining top spots going to decks we've seen previously. Alejandro Reyes would win the day on Teledad, seeing a fairly...
Oh man, it's such a cool looking deck, man. Even though it was Tier 0, it's such a cool looking deck. It was so expensive though.
standard lineup to those we've seen recently, with more emphasis placed on discard tools like Snipe Hunter and Phoenix Wing Wind Blast. SJC Houston would follow a week later on January 17th, and we'd see yet another dominating performance from Teledad, taking 14 of the top 16.
You don't know Soul Control? Well, we never called it that. For us, it was just Monarchs. We never called it Soul Control.
First place piloted by Jerry Wang, claiming his third SJC title, with his list dropping some of the discard tools in favor of Special Summon Negation with cards like Royal Oppression.
Oh, this is when... Oh, God. This is where the Solemns and the Royal Oppression start hitting in. Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is where people realize Solemn Judgment and Royal Oppression are pretty damn powerful cards, dude. Woo!
And Solemn Judgment. We would also see a new set of Shonen Jump promos hit mailboxes around this time, and both were powerful in very different ways. The first of these was Dandelion, who special summoned 2 level 1 fluff tokens when sent to grave. While the card had already been preemptively limited, Dandelion would make some decks playing plant options like Lone Fire more consistent, although its true power would come later in the era due to its synergy with 2 plant tuners that had not yet been released. The second was a new Dragon boss monster and Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon, a level 10 boss that could be special summoned by
that one, I want to say at the time of release in 2009, at least for my local scene, that thing did not really I don't think people played that yet.
Banishing a dragon on field, and could special summon a dragon from grave once per turn. While Red Med was notably powerful, he was inconsistent to set up at this time, as its most consistent enabler, Red Eye's Wyvern, was exclusive to the EU at this time thanks to its inclusion in the Tag Force 3 bundle overseas. Because of this,
I didn't know we had exclusive stuff in EU. There was a lot of stuff that was exclusive in NA, like jump promos, and we didn't get it. I didn't know there was EU exclusive stuff.
Wyvern was not legal.
Take that, K-Konas.
Play in US tournaments, along with its sister promo Gallus the Star Beast, until it received some form of US reprint. With that established, set releases were about to begin rolling again, as in mid-February, a decision was reached in the California court system, ordering Upper Deck to, effective immediately, stop all association with Konami's trademark property and disassociate itself from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, returning all control of the game and its surrounding environment back into the hands of Konami. Because of this shift, all SJCs in 2009 were placed on a temporary hold as control of the game shifted back to Konami, meaning we won't be seeing any further tournament results until around April, when the tournament scene would slowly start back up again.
Oh my god, Armory Arm. Okay, chat, I have a test for you. Name one card that comes to mind when you see Armory Arm. There's only one answer. There's only one legal answer. And if you don't know it, then I can't help you. Okay, who the hell said Fossil Dyna? Why did you say Fossil Dyna? Why did you say Fossil Dyna? God damn it, dude.
Duelist Pack Yusei. Release date, February 24th, 2009. Set type, Duelist Pack. Major strategies, Synchron, Warrior. Impact, a couple of new Synchro Toolbox tools.
The answer was Colossal Fighter. Of course, the answer was Colossal Fighter.
Duelist Pack Yusei, being the first set to emerge from the release purgatory, brought next to nothing new for the game, but it did bring two specific cards that would see play. The first of these was Tuningware, being a level 1 machine that could be considered level 2 for a Synchro Summon, and
Tuningware was cool. There's a cool deck in Edison with it, where you machine duplicate and then you draw a bunch of cards. It's not very good, but it's fun.
Material. Tuningware would specifically see experimentation alongside machine duplication, similarly to how Card Trooper was used previously, as it, with practically any tuner, allowed access to almost any generic synchro in the current pool using this combination, drawing heavily.
That was a fun card.
The other card was Armory Arm, a level 4 synchro that could be equipped to a monster, boost its attack by 1000, and deal damage to the opponent anytime the equipped monster destroyed another monster in battle equal to the attack of the destroyed monster. Armory Arm would be a staple of extra decks as the only level 4 generic synchro for the time, but also because of an OTK it could pull off in certain circumstances with Colossal Fighter. In a case where the opponent has a monster on field with 1900 or more attack, you could make both Armory Arm and Colossal Fighter, equip Armory Arm to the opponent's monster, and repeatedly slam Colossal Fighter into it, burning the opponent for 28 and reviving the Colossal Fighter each time you did. This OTK came up rarely at the time, but it was something that did come up on occasion, cementing Armory Arm and Colossal Fighter as staple pieces of the extra deck for a good time after. This release was followed by the March 1st ban list, and this list had a single goal in mind: kneecap Teledad as hard as it is necessary to end the tier 0 meta. Newly limited were Chaos Sorcerer, up from 0, Dad, down from 2, Gladiator Beast Bestiari, down from 3, Goyo Guardian, down from 3, Mizuki, down from 3, Plague Spreader Zombie, down from 3, Card of Safe Return, down from 2, Emergency Teleport, down from 3, and Rhoda, down from 3.
This was a freaking murder at the time. This ban list was freaking murder, dude. Did you see how many cards they had to limit? God damn, man.
Newly semi-limited were Destiny Hero Malicious, down from 3, Goblin Zombie, down from 3, Green Baboon, up from 1, Ryza, up from
I will not forgive them for a Green Baboon. Still not.
1, Summoner Monk, a preemptive hit to an upcoming release, Allure of Darkness, down from 3, Destiny Draw, down from 3, Gold Sarcophagus, up from 1, Mind Crush, up from 1, and Ultimate Offering, up from 1. Lastly, Unlimited Hero Romanticore of Darkness from 2, Phantom of Chaos from 2, Twin-Headed Behemoth from 1, Book of...
There's cards on here that if you put a modern Yu-Gi-Oh player into the position and you tell them, hey, Twin-Headed Behemoth used to be on the ban list, they will not believe you. They will simply not believe you. They will think you are majorly capping. Like, what the hell? During the end phase of this card's in the grave because it was destroyed on the field and sent there this turn, you can special summon it, but its attack and defense becomes 1000. Why the hell was that card on the ban list is what they will think, man.
Moon from 2 and Nobleman of Crossout from 2. This list did a ton to hurt both Teledad and the competition that would have risen up around it, with Dad, Goyo, Plague Spreader, E-Telly, Rhoda, Malicious, Allure, and Destiny Draw all being hits to the deck pure, and Mizuki, Card of Safe Return, and Goblin Zombie being hit to the deck's zombie variant as well as other zombie decks that would have risen from Dad's fall. In addition to this, Bestiari taking a hit here was entirely thanks to the meta prior to Teledad, as with Teledad gone, there would be a strong chance that Gladiator Beast would just take over again. This set the baseline for the meta moving into the first core set release of the year, and almost every player was ready for it to bring something new to shake up the increasingly stale metagame.
Ooh. Oh no,
Crimson
no,
Crisis.
no, not him, not
Release
him,
date,
not him, not
March
him, not
3rd,
him.
2009.
I don't want to
Set
talk
type,
about him.
Core set. Major strategies, Assault Mode, Blackwing, Reactor. Impact, the birth of an icon. Crimson Crisis would end the drought far more effectively than Duelist Pack Yusei before it, as it was a follow-up to a massive ban list that upended the Tier 0 meta and brought a ton of new tools for both new strategies and older meta presences. Its highlight strategy, though, would not be an effective one, being the Assault Mode series. This series of monsters, being souped-up versions of Synchros, would reside in the main deck until you activated Assault Mode Activate while the corresponding Synchro was on field, tributing the Synchro to allow you to summon the Assault Mode variant directly from deck. If this sounds clunky, that's because it is. Even with tools like Assault Beast to get Activate easier, the entire mechanic was rough because if you drew the Assault Mode variant, it couldn't be summoned, and was simply a dead card. Even with tools to offset this like Assault Teleport, as those would be dead if you didn't brick on the bricks in your deck, meaning you've just added more bricks. As for the assault modes themselves, the only one of note here was Red Dragon Archfiend, as he nuked all other monsters when he attacked, but this wasn't even enough to let the strategy see play. No. The true meta strategy that would come from this instead was Black Wings, a series of winged beasts that focused on swarming the board to make synchro pushes. With its initial wave,
I don't even know why, but I always hated Black Wings back then. I just didn't like it. I don't know why. I did not like Black Wings. I didn't enjoy. It was such a straightforward beatdown deck. It was kind of boring to me. I never liked it. Yeah, Gale is a cool card. I loved Gale. I played Gale in a lot of different decks, but Black Wings themselves, it was never really my thing.
Received 3 main deck monsters and 1 synchro, being Sirocco, a 2000 attack level 5 that can be normaled for no tribute if your opponent controls a monster and you don't, able to combine the attacks of all Black Wings onto a single monster for a turn, Bora, who can be special summoned if you control a Black Wing and pierces, Gale, a level 3 tuner with the same swarm condition and can cut an opponent's monster's stats in half once per turn, and Armor Master, a level 7 synchro that can't be destroyed in battle, takes no battle damage, places counters on anything it attacks and doesn't kill, and can remove all of its counters from the board to drop an affected monster's attack and defense to 0 that turn. Without a doubt, Blackwing showed the most potential moving forward from this release, as while it wasn't enough now to make it a meta mainstay threat, it was potent enough to be mixed in with some already powerful dark decks and gave decks easy access to level 7 synchros, which became far more important with another release from this set. Frogs received another wave of support here in Dupe, who blocked attacking any monster other than itself, which could be paired with a second to lock all attacking. Flip-Flop Frog, who bounced monsters up to the number of face-up frogs on flip, able to flip itself back down, and Submarine, a TCG exclusive who dealt piercing damage. Of these, Dupe would see some experimentation thanks to Treeborn and Substitoad, especially since Substitoad and any other monster by itself could form a dupe lock as it became known. Another new archetype here was the Reactor monsters, a series of monsters that burned the opponent for 800 once per turn when they activated the corresponding card type, being monsters for Summon Reactor SK, traps for Trap Reactor Wi-Fi, spells for Spell Reactor RE, and any card for Flying Fortress Skyfire. The deck never took off thanks to the simple fact that a once per turn burn effect does not carry the potential to end the game in and of itself, on top of the fact that the monsters were all fairly weak, meaning they were easy to out.
What is a dupe lock? Wait, are you serious? Okay, so a dupe lock is, because dupe lock says your opponent can only attack this card. If you have 2 dupe frogs, that your opponent can't attack at all, because the one dupe frog tells them you can only attack me, and if the other one says you can only attack me, you can't attack anything. That was the dupe lock.
However, grouped with this release was also a tuner named Black Salvo, who revived a level 4 Dark Machine on normal summon, negating its effects on the field.
Salvo
this was yet another
cool
level 7 Synchro enabler, which primarily was meant to enable the new Synchro Dark Strike Fighter, a level 7 who could tribute a monster to burn the opponent for its level times 200, which was, at the time, not once per turn and could be used in main phase 2. This card was, without hyperbole, one of, if not the absolute best, Synchro released in the entire 5Ds era, as it enabled any deck that could make a level 7 Synchro to OTK the opponent by tributing off your board after the battle.
Chat, take a guess. It's not even a guess, actually. But I would prefer if you guys guessed. You could just calculate it, but I want a guess. How much damage is it When 2 Darkstrike fighters attack your opponent and then tribute themselves in main phase 2. Guess. Don't calculate, guess. Okay, everyone. I don't think. Okay, yeah, it's 8K. It's 8K. I'm not sure if you guys are guessing or if you guys calculate. You probably cheated and calculated.
Battle phase to unload absurd amounts of damage, which could include itself for an additional 1400.
It's exactly 8,000.
Gladiator Beast received a massive piece of support here in Sam Knight, whose effect absolutely did not matter. What mattered about Sam Knight was the fact that it was a level 3 beast, meaning it was summonable using Rescue Cat, which enabled a combo where you summon it and Test Tiger with 1 Rescue Cat, enabling you to immediately tag it out for any Gladiator Beast with their effect. Alien received a wave of support to attempt to make them playable in the 5Ds era here with Ammonite, a level 1 tuner that revived an alien on normal, Overlord, who could special summon itself by removing 2 A counters from the field and could place an
Cat is, starting with this era, I was finally able to play, like, meta decks. Because Cat decks, I was finally, you know, that was my thing. I played Cat for so long, dude.
A counter on all opponent's monsters once per turn, Golgar, a level 5 synchro that could bounce all face-up spells and traps to place that many A counters on the board, and could remove 2 A counters from the board to destroy a card once per turn,
Eclipse,
Kid,
a
TCG exclusive that placed an A counter on any monster special summoned to the opponent's field, Code Ancient Ruins, a TCG exclusive which generates A counters when an alien is destroyed and can remove 2 A counters from the field once per turn to revive an alien, Mysterious Triangle, which popped a monster with A counters and summoned an alien from deck, and Planet Pollutant Virus, which tributed an alien to destroy all monsters with A counters on the opponent's field, then placed an A counter on any monster summoned to the opponent's field for 3 turns. Alien support here was a major revitalization of the strategy, giving the archetype a lot of power in the format, but would move to do absolutely nothing in the meta due to the clunky nature of counters as a mechanic, leading many to not approach the strategy in the first place. Debris Dragon was a level 4 tuner that revived a 500 attack or lower monster on normal summon, but could only make—
This is all from one set, dude. How do you put so much meta-relevant stuff in one set? God damn, I didn't know this set was so good.
Dragon synchros and couldn't be synchroed with a level 4. While Debris at this point would see minimal play, he was worth noting due to providing access to either Iron Chain Dragon or Black Rose Dragon with its own normal summon. Arcanite Magician was a new level 7 synchro option for Spellcaster decks, providing both spell counter generation and spot removal, seeing play alongside cards from the next Structure deck release. Telekinetic Powerwell provided severe swarming for Psychic decks, able to summon any—
was a card that I don't remember people playing this card at the time, but then, like, nowadays people are playing this a lot in Edison. Like the Welladad is actually not a bad deck in Edison these days. People realize that this card's actually quite good. But I don't think people really played it much back then. At least I don't remember it.
Number of level 2 or lower psychics from the grave at the cost of a heavy sum of life points, seeing experimentation but very little success in its time. Totem Dragon was a TCG exclusive that provided 2 tributes for Dragon Monster tribute summons, able to revive itself if the only monsters in grave are dragons, banishing itself when it leaves the field after being summoned this way. Lastly, OCG imports brought us niche cards to experiment with like Tethys, Yugioh, and Zeta Reticulant. In addition to the core set release,
we don't talk about Edo.
There were a couple of promos released at this point too, starting with the Shonen Jump promo for March being Chimeratech Fortress Dragon, able to be contact fused using Cyber Dragon and any number of other machines from either field, turning Cyber Dragon into the ultimate side deck tool against any machine deck, as you could now special summon it and wipe the board before even beginning your main play line.
Now this one is actually a difference between NA and EU, because this thing did not come out in EU in 2009, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure this thing is 2010 for us Europeans. This was not 2009, because Jump promos, the way it worked back in the day, it still works like that to this day with like Summon Sorceress and stuff like that. Or Link Karibo in recent years. The Jump promos, because the Shonen Jump magazine is only released in like the US with the promos, you cannot play them in Europe until they get another reprint. And that's always been like that. So Chimeratech Fortress Dragon, the first printing in the TCG was Shonen Jump promo. So we could not play it yet.
Lastly, the Duelist Pack Collection 10s released on March 10th, and they would bring arguably the only good Assault Mode monster, being Stardust Dragon Assault Mode, who contribute itself to negate anything, reviving itself at the end of the turn. Good. This particular Assault Mode monster would spark some experimentation with the strategy thanks to an Omni-Negate being worth intensive investment at the time, but it would still fail to see any major success. This period of time would feel like a lot changed, but with nothing to show for it, as the SJC circuit was still on hold following the lawsuit settlement, meaning that no events would take place between Crimson Crisis' release and the release of the next new structure deck a few weeks later.
Oh my god, Summoner Monk. Oh, yes.
Spellcaster's Command. Release date, March 31st, 2009. Set type, Structure Deck. Major strategies, Spellcasters. Impact, a new staple combo enabler. Spellcaster's Command was an interesting release at the time due to its reliance on spell counter generation, a mechanic that was consistently seeing support trickled out for it, but was seeing little to no success in the competitive space due to the clunky nature of counters. New cards?
I mean, I literally don't think there was any good cards in this structure deck outside of Summoner Monk. I don't remember any new good card from this bunch outside of Summoner Monk. Literally nothing else.
The deck brought included Endymion, the Master Magician, Disenchanter,
irrelevant,
Defender, the Magical Knight, Magical Citadel of Endymion, Spell
FTK sometimes.
Power Grasp, and easily the best new card from this release, Summoner Monk.
Yeah.
Monk allowed the user to discard a spell once per turn to special summon a level 4 monster from deck, which would instantly see experimentation in various strategies thanks to the ability to spam out level 4 monsters like Armageddon Knight, Dark Grepher, or Rescue Cat, which allowed you to push advantage further. As for reprints, this structure deck brought Crystal Seer, Econ, Apprentice Magician, Breaker the Magical Warrior, Book of Moon, and Giant Trunade, showing not the best reprint selection, but also not the worst, hitting some necessary cards like Breaker with its constantly fluctuating banless status. This wouldn't be the only set bringing reprints for this cycle, as just under a month later, we'd see a revision of one of the better ideas from the previous year's set releases.
Gold Series? No. Oh yeah. What's that? Gold Series 3? No, 2.
Gold Series 2009. Release date, April 21st, 2009. Set type, reprint set. Major strategies, the meta threats of 2008. Impact, a severe lowering of the price floor. Gold Series 2009 was attempt number 2 at the Gold Series formula, and in all fairness, this time it was a really effective swing. Practically every strategy that had cropped up near the end of the GX era had some form of significant reprint here, including cards for strategies that were still the top of the meta. And more importantly, while there were some short printings in the set, it was nowhere near as severe as the previous year's Gold Series, coming out to a negligible difference in pull ratios. Reprints here included Sangan, all 6 of the Monarchs, Treeborn Frog, Snipe Hunter, 6 Samurai staples, the Volcanic Engine, Necro Gardna, Elemental Heroes Captain Golden Neos Alias, Test Tiger, Dad, Prime Material Dragon, Giant Trunade, Mind Control, Future Fusion, Solemn Judgment, Bottomless, Compulse, Phoenix Wing, and Gold Sarcophagus, which
this was such an insane Gold Series. Like, this one was arguably better than the first one. And to this day, in case you ever hear me bash gold rares on stream, okay, which is one of my hobbies, admittedly, you know, bashing gold rares is one of my, it's passion. You could call it a passion of mine. But the first 2 Gold Series are based. Those hella nostalgic for me. The first 2 Gold Series actually had good looking gold rares. Maybe I'm nostalgia biased, but the first 2 Gold Series, Giga Chad. Those are cool. Those are excluded from my rants. Whenever I make fun of gold rares, the first 2 Gold Series are excluded. They are fine.
Which was its first reprint from its time as the SJC prize card. This did tremendous work for the secondary market of the game, bringing down the price of many decks in the meta, but reprints were the only change here. The May 2009 issue of Shonen Jump would bring yet another relevant promo to the field in Beast King Barbaros, a 3000 attack monster that could either be summoned with no tributes to have 1900 attack, or be summoned with 3 tributes to nuke the opponent's board. While the 3 tribute effect would almost never come up, the no tribute effect became its shining attribute, as when summoned this way, if you had a way to negate its effects, its attack would reset back up to 3000, giving skill drain beat decks a new threat to play with. This tool was on full display with SJC Anaheim a week later, being the first SJC in a long time that wasn't completely dominated by Teledad, seeing a decent spread of decks to crack the top 16. Going through the top cut, the most represented deck was easily Lightsworn, seeing 7 of the top 16, primarily thanks to its competition's repeated hits on the ban list compared to its singular
triple Lumina, triple Necrogardna, double Charge, triple Solar, double Cold Wave. God damn, man. Triple Honest. Holy shit, man. That's the reason why people cited stuff like Vaboku and Threatening Roar, because goddamn, there was no other way of stopping this deck, like, other than just deck them out sometimes, like, literally. I think Charge was at 2, otherwise this is a very questionable decision by Chaboy Jarrell Winston here, which I just saw that was pro Winston. Who remembers that? That's based. But I think the card was at 2. If it was at 3, that's crazy behavior.
Minor hit of JD to 2. The deck was still a powerhouse, seeing...
But it doesn't have a marking on it. Like, it says 2 JD... No, how? Why would you play 2 charges?
Most players opting
Budget,
for cards
maybe?
like Honest
Maybe you
and
couldn't
Beckoning
find
Light
a
to
third?
push
Because at this point in time, maybe it was still expensive. There's like no way, right? There's no way you play 2 charges. If it ain't pro, it got to go, yeah.
advantage.
Deuces.
In a similar vein, there was also a single top from its sister deck in Twilight, which was effectively
Yeah, those 3 charges.
Lightsworn with an added Dad package to give it a little more firepower, also including Phantom of Chaos to copy either Dad or JDs that were in the graveyard for instant board pressure. Gladiator Beast performed well here with 3 top spots,
What the hell is a Phantom Dragon in your Glad Beast deck?
integrating Sam Knight for Rescue Cat lines, as well as some players opting for Phantom Dragon to punish early aggression pushes. Blackwing would have its first top cut showing here of many to come, integrating the deck's access to level 7 synchros with Black Salvo and Dekoichi to easily access Dark Strike Fighter on a moment's notice.
See, and there's the Threatening Roars. That's literally, I told you this last time. We watched the 2008 video about when Lightsworn got introduced. One way to stop Lightsworn was they would set up like triple Lumina, Garroth, mill freaking 25 cards on the first turn or some shit like that. And then you just set Threatening Roar, pass, next turn, they can't attack. All of the Lightsworns are mandatory to mill, they deck themselves out. Or they have to blow their own field up with like JD, if they have it. Which was one way to literally defeat Lightsworn, was just let them deck themselves out, because they would mill so crazy and so consistently.
This was a very common sight in the format, known as Cat format, to have some way to access Dark Strike Fighter to clean up games, as the power of the ability to tribute off your board to burn the opponent out from a reasonable amount of life points could not be understated. Counter Fairy would also break into the top 16 here thanks mostly to Vandalgan the Dark Dragon Lord, a Shonen Jump promo from 2008 that could summon itself if you negate something with a counter trap, providing an insane amount of power behind your standard Counter Fairy game plan. Teledad had made an adjustment from its previous reckoning of the ban list, now opting for Summoner Monk lines to both access your hero.
Okay, this is I would not call this a good deck anymore at this point in time. Like, it's like, those were the kind of people that were like Dark Armed Dragon hard stands, right? They spent like $50 trillion on Dark Armed Malicious Crush card and all that kind of stuff, right? And they just wanted to keep playing it, right? Like, from a competitive standpoint, this was not better than the other stuff, but you've already sunk your entire life savings into it, so you just keep going. That kind of angle, right? It's kind of that kind of situation.
Hero engine with Stratos, or to make easy level 8 synchros with Rose, who was a level 4 tuner. Drainbeat found revitalization here thanks to Beast King Barbaros, giving the deck easily the most powerful beater option to use under skill drain while other decks in the format suffer, adding in floodgate options like Royal Oppression to back it up further. Lastly, a combination of the previous 2 strategies could be found in the first place spot for this event, piloted by Jeff Jones for his first major event victory, and this would not be his last. This particular build places a heavier focus on the Destiny Hero package for Dad thanks to Defender being a 2700 defense wall with no downsides under skill drain.
Why is your side and extra deck only 14 cards? Is there cards missing? Is there information missing on this list?
And Fearmonger's effect being unaffected by...
Yeah, skill drain, that deck was more like it. That was more like it. That was better, right? Having skill drain with Defender was one better way to play the Dark Arm deck in like middle 2009. That was relatively popular as well.
By the trap. Without question, the format had been shaken up heavily by these releases, and it was about to be broken up further, as the next core set aimed to take many of the themes pushed in the last month to their extremes and even beyond it to form a new meta environment.
Okay, this is Raging Battle. Raging Battle has, it has Shura. Shura is big. My headphones are dead. Okay, hold up. Okay. Fixed.
Raging Battle. Release date, May 12th, 2009. Set type, core set. Major strategies, Blackwings, Morphtronic, Kokimeru. Impact, The Rise of the Birds. Raging Battle, being the second core set of 2009, was expected to expand upon ideas established in Crimson Crisis before it, and in one particular way...
Yeah, so for the people asking why people didn't play Kalut yet, Kalut, I think Kalut, Shura, and Blizzard are all from this set. And I'm maybe also the level 6 Synchro?
delivered in spades. That way was in further development of Blackwings, who received a major wave of support that would carve out the deck into a meta threat. This wave included Blizzard, a level 2 tuner who revived a level 4 lower Blackwing from grave on summon, Shura, who summoned a 1500 or less attack Blackwing from deck when it destroys a monster in battle, Kalut, who could be discarded to boost a Blackwing's attack by 1400 that turn, Elfin, who can be normaled without tribute
We don't care about Elfin.
if you controlled a Blackwing and swapped an opponent's battle position when normaled, Armed Wing, a level 6 synchro with piercing and gains 500 when attacking a defense monster, and the most important of all, Black Whirlwind, which adds a Blackwing.
Okay. I almost forgot about that one. Oh my god, I hate Black Whirlwind. Oh my god, I hate Black Whirlwind. The difference at the time between your opponent opening Black Whirlwind or not opening Black Whirlwind is insane, dude. You play against Blackwing, they don't open Black Whirlwind, it doesn't even feel like a real opponent. Unironically, this is still true in Edison. If you ever play against Blackwing in Edison, if they don't open Black Whirlwind, it's not a real deck, dude. It's not a real deck. It's so easy to beat. But then they open Black Whirlwind, and they just never run out of shit, dude. It's so toxic. Also, Blizzard at the time was like the first. I want to say 15 euro rare. Anyone remember? I think it was very expensive, Blizzard at the time. It's like, though, if I think of any old rare that was ever expensive, I think Blizzard is the first one that comes to mind. That shit was expensive.
From deck to hand with less attack than a Blackwing you normal summon. Between the ability to search swarming synchro pieces, attack modulate in the damage step like how light decks had done the past year, and being able to take advantage of the growing synchro pool better than any other deck, Blackwings were destined for meta success with this wave. On the other side of things, Morphtronic received another wave of support here in Vidion, who gains attack or defense for every equip spell on it, Scopin, a tuner that can either summon a level 4 Morphtronic from hand for synchro summons, or make itself level 4, Power Tool Dragon, the boss monster of the strategy and cover card for the set, who can reveal 3 equip spells in deck once per turn to add 1 random one to hand, Double Tool CD, which could only equip to a higher level Morphtronic or Power Tool, giving it 1000 attack and effect negation on your turn and attack redirection on the opponent's turn, and Junk Box, which was a temporary monster reborn for the archetype. The deck was still heavily not meta, but with this support, the previous equip beatdown strategy seemed to solidify as the direction the deck would take moving forward, although Power Tool Dragon became one of those cards that was an FTK enabler thanks to its very generic search of any equip spell. Earthbound Immortals were a new series of boss monsters that all shared the same ability to—
Power Tool is pretty cool. It's a shame that it's kind of always only been like abused in different situations for certain stuff. Like, for example, the supervised deck from like a little later is pretty damn cool.
Attack directly, as well as the condition of being destroyed automatically if you controlled no field spell, all of which were considered remarkably bad. Kawaki Meru was a new archetype themed around a series of unusually powerful effects on monsters at the cost of either discarding an—
Okay, chat. What's the card that comes to mind when you see Kawaki Meru Doom? There's one card that should come to mind. Old heads. Old heads in chat. We need you. I guess it's 2 cards, really. I guess it is 2 cards. Yeah, it's a 3-card combo. Yeah, Gallus, Birdman. Yeah, true. Well done. Gallus, Birdman is the combo. You got it.
Iron Core of the Kawaki Meru each turn, or by revealing a monster of the same type in hand. While as an archetype the series would flop hard, various pieces from it would find their way into strategies focused around their attributes over time, specifically with Guardian for rocks and Drago for dragons out of this set.
Yeah. These 2 cards were phenomenal for Kawaki Meru. I'm so glad that Kawaki Meru had these 2 tools at their hands. They were definitely never used in other strategies to either floodgate the opponent or negate any monster effects. Right. My favorite Kawaki Meru support.
As their utility could be applied as long as you had a monster of that type in hand to reveal. Deep Sea Diva was a level 2 tuner that summoned a level 3 or lower Sea Serpent from deck on summon.
14 years ago.
Intended to be used alongside Spined Gilman, either as an offensive push of their own,
or
for
Gilman,
easy access
dude.
to
I
Sea
hate
Dragon Lord
Gilman. Fuck
Kishilnadon,
Gilman.
who gained attack anytime a level 3 or lower monster is sent to Gravefall.
Always draw Gilman.
Dragon strategies would receive a couple of new tools in Lava Dragon, who acted like a pseudo rescue cat for dragons, requiring 1 target from hand and 1 from grave, Exploder Dragon Wing, who can destroy anything weaker than it that it battles to burn the opponent for that monster's attack, and Trident Dragon, who can destroy up to 2 of your own cards on summon to gain that many more attacks that turn, none of which would make—
Can anyone here explain to me why the hell there's an I in this card's name? And I'm not talking about this I. This I I'm fine with. This I I'm on board with this one. The second one I have issues with. The hell is a Dragion? The hell is a Dragion?
Make a significant impact. 1-for-1 could send a monster from hand to grave to summon any level 1 from the deck, which was not too useful in this moment, but would eventually be one of the better synchro.
Okay, I would have rather unread that message. It's a Dwagion Uwu. God damn it.
Enablers in the format. Forbidden Chalice could negate a monster's effect that turn by making it gain 400, allowing use as either effect negation, a battle trick, or in the case of Drain Beat, both. Trap Stun was a new tool that prevented traps from activating
many
that turn,
good cards,
which would see
man.
play in decks susceptible to battle traps like Gladiator Beasts.
1-for-1
Lastly,
Chalice.
Snowman Eater
Trap
was an
Stun.
OCG import that operated
Eater,
similarly
yes.
to Rikko, popping a monster on field when flipped, with the trade-off being it could only pop face up.
Chad, who knew? Be honest. Who knew that Snowman Eater, the monster, is not the snowman? It's not the actual snowman that's the monster, right? It's this little thing down here. It's this little Sangan looking ass under the snowman.
Monsters as opposed to anything, had a stronger defense, and didn't mill when flipped. In the same period, we would also see a couple of video game releases with promos. The first of which was the Wii racing game Wheelie Breakers, which brought the Skullflame series of cards, none of which would be useful and were forgotten just as fast as they came out. The other, and far more impactful, was the DS game Stardust Accelerator, which brought the first pieces of a new archetype known as Infernity, which all gained effects based on having no cards in hand, with this batch including Archfiend, Dwarf...
We're gonna go back to this one when we look at the 2010 recap eventually. I don't think that's out yet, but we'll come back to Infernities.
and Guardian. Of these three, Archfiend was the only notable one, able to special summon itself if drawn into a hand with no other cards, and searched an Infernity card when special summoned with no cards in hand, which would become an integral piece of the strategy when the
Archfiend top
remainder of
deck
its cards...
out of nowhere has ruined multiple friendships. Archfiend top deck out of nowhere, that has to have been one of the most prevalent cases of ruining a Yu-Gi-Oh friendship back in the day, dude. There's no way around it. Everyone has at least one friendship in their, like, you know, in their early Yu-Gi-Oh days that's been broken by a top deck Archfiend at some point. 100%.
Cards eventually arrived. With these, we'd round out the month of May with no new tournament results, with the community really starting to feel the effects of the lack of competitive events, although some were just around the corner.
Road Warrior. Oh, that's a structure deck, starter deck, right? I think.
Starter Deck 2009. Yeah. Release date, June 6, 2009.
Urbellum.
Set type, Starter Deck. Major strategies, X-Saber. Impact, the cat is back. This year's starter decks had an interesting impact on the game as a whole that we really haven't seen out of a non-first of the era starter deck either before or since. And it entirely comes down to the inclusion of a single card, X-Saber Airbellum. So for most who were looking at this year, Airbellum, alongside its siblings in the X-Saber archetype, were not due out for us until November with Hidden Arsenal, which would reprint the first set of dual terminal cards, even though the cards had not yet been released stateside, even in the dual terminal cabinets. Airbellum.
This freaking structure deck, starter deck common was like €5 because everyone that bought this structure deck only wanted freaking Airbellum. That was the one card you needed out of this starter deck. Everything else was kind of irrelevant. You know, Airbellum, sure, but everyone only needed one. Road Warrior, you didn't need at all at the time because Quick Draw wasn't a thing yet. Freaking Airbellum, that was the card everyone wanted from the starter
and Gotham's
deck.
Emergency Call were all printed here first, however.
Emergency Call also didn't matter at the time because X-Saber at the time wasn't a thing yet. X-Saber only becomes a thing until like a year or two later. At the time, you only cared about Airbellum being the best target for Rescue Cat,
making them legal to use prior to the rest of the archetype. And honestly speaking, Airbellum was probably the best of them to release anyways because it was a level 3 beast tuner, making it summonable with Rescue Cat. In addition to this, it also hand-ripped a card from the opponent when it dealt battle damage, meaning summoning 2 with Cat in some situations could result in a massive hand rip. This would be clearly seen with the European Championships a couple of weeks later on June 27th, where a new deck found its way.
Who won Euros in 2009? Was it Vittorio?
Into the top cut in Cat control, even taking the event piloted by Vittorio Victor, which aimed to use the various Cat targets like Airbellum, Dark Panther, and Rikko to make synchro plays and generally control the game state alongside heavier control options like Cyber Valley. This would also, unfortunately, be the only Nationals level event with full coverage from this period, as many of the other standard National Scales events at the time are difficult to find full coverage for outside of the odd top 16 deck list. With that said, there were a couple more releases between Euros and the World Championship, but with their
Are we in Edison format yet? No, Edison, we're still like half a year away from Edison.
Content lineups, it was safe to assume nothing was going to change by then.
Exchange. Marshmallow. Oh, premium pack. No.
Release date, July 7th, 2009. Set type, Duelist Pack. Major strategies, random cards Yugi played. Impact, reprinting a couple of cards.
Oh, it's reprints. Okay.
Duelist Pack Yugi was the first Duelist Pack ever to bring absolutely no new cards along with its release, purely being a collection of cards used by Yugi in the anime, which did allow the set to reprint a couple of cards that had only 1 or 2 printings prior to this, but nothing major beyond that. Notable reprints here included Marshmallow, The Gadgets, Brain Control, Exchange, Mirror Force, and Monster Reborn. This would be the entire legacy of this set, leading into the last pack before Worlds 3 weeks later. Retro Pack 2. Release date, July 28th, 2009. Set type.
Those are cards that I respect those cards when I see them, you know? Those are cards, I look at those cards and I'm like, I respect that card. I respect Gores, I respect Baboon, I respect Light and Darkness Dragon.
Reprint
Those
set.
ring a bell.
Major strategies, the impactful promos of the last year. Impact, providing the EU with powerful promos.
I kneel.
Retro Pack 2, similar to the first, was originally going to be an EU exclusive set, but was also released
I bow down to the power of these cards at their
roughly a week later. But the primary impact this had was giving the EU player base access to a variety of cards that were only available as promos in the US that were otherwise illegal to play in the EU. Reprints here included Gores, Light and Darkness Dragon, and Green Baboon, alongside the first ever printing of Dragon Master Knight in the TCG, although this card was not.
This was my Necros Kaleidoscope target for a while during Necros format, until I realized Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon is the way to go. But this one was also kind of cool. LED Ace, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Impactful in the slightest. The 2009 World Championships would take place just over a week later on August 9th, and with it,
2009, I think Blackwing won Worlds.
We'd see a powerful performance out of
I'm not
Gladiator
sure what the
Beast
name
specifically,
was.
seeing Pure take
I believe
4
in
of the top
OCG
8 with an
Duelist?
additional
I'm
cat
not
variant
sure.
to boot. However, Gladiator Beast would not win the day, as the event was taken by Benjamin Tai Hung Hui of Singapore playing Blackwings, playing Icarus Attack at its full 3 copies to take advantage of the swarming potential provided by the Blackwing effects. With this event in the books, Konami's takeover of the TCG was officially complete, which was marked by 2 specific events. The first of these was the first ever Turbo Pack, which took the place of the Champion Packs.
Turbo Pack 1. Doom Caliber Knight? No. That doesn't sound right. Is it Doom Caliber Knight? It might be. I know that all of the Turbo Packs had 1 Ulti, 1 Ultra, and then some Supers. The Ulti was a reprint, and the Ultra was a new card. I think. And I
Given
think
to
that
official
one
tournament
may
stores
have
to
been
use as
Doom
prizing
Caliber
for locals, and aimed at providing reprints to cards that were competitively viable and harder to get, with the first one reprinting Doom Caliber Knight. The previous SJC...
well, I mean, it was new, but it was a jump promo previously, so I count that as new. From my perspective at the time, as a 14-year-old maybe at this time. Oh no, July 28th. Still 13-year-old. To me, that was a new card, not a reprint.
Prize card, and Crush Card Virus, being its first printing since the Gold Series short prints. The second was the first SJC since April, being SJC Indianapolis, taking place on the same day on August 15th, and we'd see just how much the meta had changed since the previous SJC. Most of the faces here were identical to their showings in the previous European Championship, with one major exception, being the rise in Salvo dad lists. Taking inspiration from the Salvo and Dekoichi inclusion in previous...
I love how... one of my favorite cards from that time as well was Cyber Valley. Like, Cyber Valley is one of my favorite cards ever to this day. I love that they were all using Cyber Valley so much during that time. I love Cyber Valley. And Salvo Dad is in general. It was such a dope deck, dude.
Blackwing lists, Salvo Dad aimed to mix the power of Dad decks with the explosive finish that was normal summon Salvo for Dark Strike Fighter, able to burn for severe amounts of damage thanks to the higher level darks you could play with. Philly Luna would take the event with Blackwings, marking his 4th SJC title, which would also mark...
This is also around a time where every single name rings a bell for me, like all of those. Even though a lot of them are no longer around, in Yu-Gi-Oh is like all of those names.
His place in history as the player to win the most SJCs in the entirety of the game's history, as the tournament series would be discontinued in 2010 to make way for the YCS structure we know today. The final event of August this year was the release of the Collectible Tins 2009 Wave 1, which brought Power Tool Dragon and the upcoming Ancient Fairy.
Did anyone pay attention how long it took for them to reprint the freaking cover card of Raging Battle? What was it, like? Raging Battle, May 12th, 2009. 2 months. 2 months until the cover card of Raging Battle was in a tin box. And honestly, I genuinely think they should go back to a practice like this one. I don't really see a reason why cards like Pot of Prosperity take so long to be reprinted. It should just be, that should just be the practice. But I don't want to open that whole thing up right now, but it's astounding to me looking back at this sort of stuff when comparing it to the day sometimes. But
Dragon as promos, which leads us to
Flamvel Dog.
Ancient Prophecy. Release date September 1st, 2009. Set type Core Set. Major strategies Blackwing, Fortune Lady, X-Saber. Impact, laying the groundwork for future success.
Yeah.
Ancient Prophecy was the third core set of the year, and while the meta wouldn't change rapidly from its releases like how the last couple of sets did, it would spawn a couple of new decks into the space thanks to a couple of specific cards. The first of these cards was Vayu the Emblem of Honor, which was the only Blackwing of note from this release, unable to be used for synchro summons normally, but was instead able to banish itself and one other Blackwing from grave to cheat out a Blackwing synchro with its effects negated. This would occasionally be splashed into Blackwings as a comeback option, but for the most part would be played in its own new deck known as
Yeah, so in regular Blackwings, you would use one Vayu because if you summon it off of Shura, it was an okay target for it. Also, it was like the lowest attack you could go with Black Whirlwind. So sometimes when you normal summon Blizzard, you don't have a target for Whirlwind because you don't play anything smaller than Blizzard, which is 1300. So you would play one Vayu just in case, just because you would get free value off of it. But other than that, it didn't have that much of an impact. Outside, of course, like, I mean, nowadays, everyone who's ever played Edison is like, Vayu Turbo is a household name. At the time, wasn't super popular, but people played with it. People played Vayu Turbo decks back in the day already.
Vayu Turbo, which took many cues from the previous dad lists, loading up the grave with copies of Vayu and Sirocco using cards like Armageddon Knight and Dark Refer to use Vayu's effect, able to summon out Armed Wing and eventually Armor Master by using Vayu with dead Armed Wings. The Fortune Ladies made their debut.
What does Vayu Turbo do? Well, exactly what they just said. You just dump Vayu and Sirocco into the graveyard and you summon the Armed Wings for free and just apply pressure with that.
Here too, a series of spellcasters whose attack is equal to their level times a multiplier and gained a level every turn, with Light being worth noting as she special summoned a Fortune Lady from deck if removed from the field by card effect. While this wouldn't be particularly good now, as the only target to summon with her effect was Fire, who popped a monster on special summon and burned the opponent, which wasn't the greatest payoff for the investment.
What does Edison format mean and stand for? I'm a Master Duel boomer only. I don't think there is a thing like that, like Master Duel boomers don't exist yet. The game has not been around for long enough for someone to be a Master Duel boomer. But Edison format, okay, Edison format refers to the format from, I think it's April 2010. April 2010 is what's called Edison format. It's called that because there was only one major event during that time period, and it was Shonen Jump series Edison. That's why people call it Edison format. But the correct way to put it would be April 2010 format.
The strategy would
which
get
is
better
one of the
with
most
time.
popular
Kowakimeru saw a
Time
couple
Wizard
of new
formats
additions
at
here
the
with
time.
Boulder, who searched a Kowakimeru monster or core on battle destruction, and Crusader, who searched a Kowakimeru when it destroyed a monster in battle. Fishboard Blaster was a level 1 fish tuner, able to special summon itself from grave by discarding a card while you control a level 3 or lower water monster. While not too great now, Fishboard Blaster would become a major piece of an FTK later in the era that would earn its current position on the ban list. X-Saber received a couple of boosting support pieces here as a part of the X-Saber line, and Faltron, who could special summon himself if you control two.
X-Sabers, I love to this day the deck from X. They don't get good until late 2010, but I love X-Sabers, man.
X-Saber monsters, and can special summon an X-Saber from grave once per turn. Gotham's, a level 9
The
synchro
deck
that
I played
contributed
at
an
my
X-Saber
very
to rip a
first
card from the opponent's
YCS,
hand,
which was YCS
and the TCG
Broken.
exclusive
I think
Full Helm Knight, a
2010 or
level 3 tuner who can
2011.
negate an attack targeting an X-Saber once while on field, and revives an X-Saber from grave that destroys a defense position monster in battle. X-Sabers would see serious experimentation from here thanks to the already popular performance of Air Bellum with Rescue Cat, but wouldn't break into the meta contention quite yet with this support. Flamvel Fire Dog would be the first of the upcoming Flamvel archetype, able to summon a fire monster with 200 defense from deck when it destroys something in battle, which is set up for the archetype's key spell Rekindling, which revives as many 200 defense fire monsters as possible. Fire Dog was recognizably good, but simply lacked a good target to summon at this time, but it would get one soon enough.
Yep.
Ancient Fairy Dragon was the cover card of the set and held a few utility effects, able to pop the active field spell to gain 1,000 life points and search a new one, and could special summon a level 4 or lower monster from hand once per turn.
This card...
At the time, this was considered one of the worst of the 5 Signer Dragons that...
Yeah, it was not actually that good, which is funny considering it was the only one that ended up getting banned, I think, out of all the Signer Dragons, because at the time, field spells weren't that big of a deal, and like it just wasn't that good. Like special summoning from your hand wasn't the biggest deal ever. The first time, like the people played this card at the time already when Black Rose got limited. You would play it as a target for like summoning with the Bree Dragon, like as a one of, just because it had a big booty and you could just summon it with the Bree and sit on it, and that was good. Sometimes you could pop your opponent's field spells, which was okay. But the first time the card actually saw like competitive play because of its effect, I think was Dragon Rulers even. Right? That was the first time you actually used it because you wanted to pop field spells and search a new one, like with like Dragon Ravine not being once per turn, which is like, that is 4 years later, right? That's 2013 that people use Ancient Fairy Dragon because its effect is actually good, right? At the time, it was just there. It had the highest defense for a level 7 synchro, which was sometimes important. And it was a dragon for the Bree Dragon.
5Ds is named after, but would eventually, with changes in game design, become the absolute best. Ancient Sacred Wyvern was a new boss for light
Also
strategies,
a good card.
being a level 7 synchro that gained or lost attack equal to the difference between yours and your opponent's life
Light
points.
Tuner was very
able
hard,
to push
though.
a lead much further if you were ahead, or being downright useless if you were behind. Being
Shadows,
one of
thank
the
you for
most
Semblance.
win more cards ever. Solidarity was a new tool for beatdown decks specializing
That
in a
was
single
used.
type of monster,
Gadgets and
boosting the
shit,
board by
they
800
would
attack
use that
if all
card.
monsters in gray for the same
liked
type,
that card.
seeing some experimentation. Fossil Dig was effectively Rhoda for dinosaurs, which wasn't good now,
That's
but would see
Ancient
play
Prophecy?
anytime dinosaurs became meta relevant.
God damn.
Lastly, Elemental Hero Gaia was an OCG import
Ooh,
that
that
could be
was
splashed into hero beat decks to summon using Miracle Fusion, able to cut an opponent's attack in half and add that amount to Gaia's own attack until the end of the turn. Accompanying this pack, a new ban list was released the same day on September 1st, marking the end of cat format by hitting many of the pivotal pieces remaining in the meta. Newly banned were Dark Strike Fighter, being the first ban list since its release and shockingly being gone that fast, Card a Safe Return, which had overstayed its welcome at this point, Monster Reborn, as it was sort of collateral for a release later in the list, and Crush Card Virus, as the card had terrorized the format for far too long at this point. Newly limited were Black Rose Dragon, Blackwing Gale the Whirlwind, Demise, Mindmaster, Rescue Cat, Summoner Monk, Cold Wave, Mind Control, 1-for-1, Call the Haunted, and Solemn Judgment. Newly semied were Chaos Sorcerer, Lone Fire Blossom, Mizuki, and Bottomless. Lastly, unlimited were Breaker the Magical Warrior, DD Warrior Lady, Green Baboon, Ryza, Destiny Draw, and Fissure. In addition to
it's crazy how fast they backpedal on like something like the Destiny Draw, right?
DD
They
Warrior
just
Lady, Green Baboon,
they just
Ryza,
got rid
Destiny Draw
of Dark Armed, like the ban list before, and they're like, no, quickly bring back D-Draw, bring back D-Draw. It's so fascinating.
And Fissure. In addition to
these days, cards stay on the ban list for so freaking long.
Shonen Jump would release a new promo card for the month of September, being Tragodia, a monster that can special summon itself when you take battle damage, similarly to Dwarves, gaining attack and defense for each card in your hand, can discard a monster once per turn to steal an opponent's monster of the same level, and can change its own level to match any monster in your graves once per turn. Tragodia was instantly experimented with thanks to being pseudo-gores that you didn't have to have an empty board to summon, seeing play on and off throughout the era. SJC Orlando would be the first testing grounds for the new meta landscape on September
9 Lightsworn, Zombie Teledad, Blackwing, Vayu Turbo, Twilight, Phantom Turbo Cat Control. Is this the one that Vince won?
26th, and with it, we
Was it
see a new
Orlando?
trend in the format. Lightsworn was the new top deck in town, as both Pure and Twilight variants would take the majority of top cut spots for this period of the game's history. Zombie Teledad was the newest pivot the deck took, combining the shell of what zombies were after the recent ban list with the Dad core to form a fairly powerful deck that could take games shockingly fast with the right setup. Vayu Turbo would see its first top here, seeing mostly a Chaos Dad core behind it, but also playing both Dimensional Alchemist and Burial from the Different Dimension.
Burial is a crazy powerful card with Vayu in like going hand in hand.
To cycle used Vayus back into rotation, making it all the way up to second place at this event. First place would be claimed by Rodrigo Tagores on Black Wings, also choosing to tech in both Vayu as well as Dark Grepher to access the same Vayu Turbo line when needed. As sort of a more minor point, Ancient Prophecy Special Edition released on October 8th following this SJC. While up until now I've made little mention of the Special Edition sets, as they've been effectively the same pack as before with reprinted promos included, this time was slightly different, as the card being reprinted was Red Eye's Wyvern, which meant that now it was legally able to be played in US tournaments thanks to having a US legal printing. SJC Austin would follow this on October 17th, and we'd see similar results with Lightsworn and Twilight.
I get why they're skipping. I get why they're skipping the special editions in the recap, because they didn't bring new cards to the metagame. However, for me, I was kind of hoping they would talk about them, because for me, the reprints at the time, it was actually super impactful as to what was available to me as a freaking 13 or 14-year-old, as to what kind of decks I could actually play, right? Because there were a couple decks that I was not able to afford when they were at their fullest power because they didn't have any reprints yet. For example, Gladiator Beasts, right? When Gladiator Beasts were first meta, Heraklinos was... I'd never owned a Secret Rare Heraklinos back then because it was like super expensive, and it got a reprint in some special edition. The same is true for Lightsworn. I played a lot of Lightsworn back in the day, but only after the reprints, which was right around this time actually that we're talking about right now in this video. It's like Charge of the Light Brigade was super duper expensive as a Secret Rare. So when that got reprinted as a super rare in, I think it was Duelist Genesis Special Edition, which we didn't even talk about, that was huge for me. And then, believe it or not, we talked about Turbo Pack 1 a little bit ago in the video. Turbo Pack 1, I think it's Turbo Pack 1 or 2 that has Judgment Dragon as ultimate rare. And funnily enough, nowadays, the ultimate rare Judgment Dragon is something you literally cannot even afford. Like the ultimate Judgment Dragon is like 350 or some shit like that. Some off the charts number, and way more expensive than the Secret Rare. Today, Ultimate Rare JD is way more expensive than Secret Rare. Back in the day, not the case. Back in the day, Ultimate Rare reprint in the Turbo Pack meant that the card would become affordable. Believe it or not, Ultimate Rare JD from Turbo Pack back in the day was $20? $25? I don't know why, but like the ultimate rares from the tournament packs, they were not as big of a deal back then. So nowadays, a card like Kurikara right now, Kurikara was announced as an ultimate rare for the next OTS pack. That's not going to make it affordable. That's not going to make it affordable at all. It's probably going to be more expensive than the Secret Rare, if anything, right? But back in the day, it wasn't like that. Someone in chat is saying it was maybe 40, not 20. I don't remember the exact number. I just know that compared to what it used to be, it was crazy cheap in comparison. Like Secret Rare JD before the reprint was like 100 plus, and then it was 20, 30, 40. It doesn't matter exactly. Like it doesn't really change the point. It was now affordable in comparison to what it was before, especially since at the time of the reprint, I'm pretty sure it was already semi-limited, so you only needed 2. So instead of having to spend like hundreds on that, it was like, I want to say maybe I got mine for 30. That's the number I have in my head, but whatever.
Like filling out the top ranks. Although we'd also see a phase we haven't seen in some time reappear. Chaos Control reappeared with 2 of the top 16 spots here.
Chaos? I don't know about you, but Chaos was one of the decks that was it never felt like it was the best deck of the format, but people always went back to Chaos after every single ban list at the time. Every time a ban list dropped between like 2009, 2010, like after Teledad was killed, people would always go back to some Chaos build with Dark Armed and Chaos Sorcerer. Every single time after this, like 2009, 2010, every single time ban list drops, you would play some different version of Raikou, Dimensional Alchemist, Chaos Sorcerer, Dark Armed, Caius, that kind of jazz, right? That was we always went back to that. Like in the beginning of the format, ban list just dropped. You have no idea what to play in 2010 or 2009. Play Chaos.
Mostly thanks to the semi-limiting of Chaos Sorcerer, making it possible to mix the previous stat core with some other light-focused staples like Dimensional Alchemist and Raikou to bolster the deck's strength. Chris Bowling would take first place here with Twilight, being his second major event title after the US Nationals the previous year, similarly taking advantage of the newly semied Chaos Sorcerer to completely drop Dark Armed Dragon from the list. With Austin in the books, that leaves just 3 more set releases and 1 more SJC for 2009, and the next structure deck was sure to change something, just not.
Did you like Synchro era or XYZ era better? I think I'm probably biased because of nostalgia, but I want to say Synchro. However, I did definitely have, like, during Synchro format, I definitely had the opportunity to play better decks because I was older and I had I could travel to tournaments and all that. So like I definitely was playing the game more and probably even enjoying it more during XYZ era. But the Synchro era, as it is like my first era of actually playing the game at a somewhat competitive level, is just something that has a special place in my heart. So I think I would still give Synchro era the benefit of nostalgia in that comparison. Like the XYZ era, I super enjoyed and also got super competitive doing that. But the Synchro era just, yeah, I don't know. But they're both super cool for me.
Warrior Strike. Release date, October 27th, 2009. Set type, Structure Deck. Major strategies, Gemini. Impact, useless in its time, sleeper in retrospect. The Warrior Strike Structure Deck is really an odd topic knowing what we know now about it. In its time, it was considered to be one of the worst structure decks of its era, bringing support to the Gemini subtype with Evocator Chevalier, Featherizer, Gemini Soldier, Hidden Armory, Phoenix Gearfried, and Supervise. While not appreciated in its time, retro format lookbacks in the past year have actually discovered this structure deck may have been far more powerful than initially expected, mostly thanks to the interaction between Gemini Soldier and the trap Reinforced Truth from
This deck is not good. This deck, if anyone tells you this deck is good in Edison format, don't believe them. They are lying to you. It's not good. The only good card out of this structure deck is Evocator Chevalier, and that's not even a really good card. It's like it was kind of played sometimes in Hero Beat versions because it had a synergy with Gemini Spark. But that's it. This deck, the Gemini deck, is straight up ass.
Ancient Prophecy, able to quickly establish it with its effect to control the game state.
Hidden Armory was
Unfortunately, hindsight is 2020, so this will most likely be the last time we're talking about this deck for a really long time due to the stigma that Gemini is a bad mechanic. Which it is, it just wasn't as bad as people thought. Reprints in this time included Exiled Force, DD Warrior Lady, Card Trooper, Mind Control, Burden of the Mighty, MST, Rhoda, and Dark Bribe, with some of these being the first easy access reprint they've received ever. The structure may have been forgotten in its time, but the set that directly followed by far would not be, as while many of its strategies fell flat, some of the staple synchros it brought would completely rule the game for years to come.
Oh, Hidden Arsenal 2. Oh my god. No, this is 1, right?
Hidden Arsenal. Release date, November 10th, 2009. Set type, deck building set. Major strategies, dual terminal wave 1. Impact, revitalization of the extra deck. Hidden Arsenal was the official pack release and legalization of the previously announced dual terminal exclusive cards. For those who are unfamiliar, dual terminal was an arcade-style cabinet that was originally debuted at Comic-Con in August of 2008, which aimed to do a fast-paced style arcade version of Yu-Gi-Oh, rewarding a random card from its card pool to players for each playthrough. However, the cabinets were also slowly receiving their own unique storyline, known as the Dual Terminal series, which would occasionally debut cards early in the cabinets that would become legal upon their wide release later with the Hidden Arsenal packs. At this time, the first wave of Dual Terminal was a bit behind Hidden Arsenal's release, not being officially released until early 2010. So while the legality of cards wasn't an issue now, outside of a single card that it printed in a previous wave, it would become a more major point as we moved into 2010. In the meantime, Hidden Arsenal would bring with it 6 new archetypes to the game. However, these were archetypes we had actually already seen on and off at this point through their inclusion in other sets.
Thank you so much
Each
for
of these
Prime.
archetypes spanned one of the 6 attributes, and for the most part focused on their synchro boss monsters with a single exception. The first of these was Ice Barrier, water monsters primarily aimed at stunning out opponents to make their boss
Literally 3 good Ice Barrier cards have ever been made. Brionac, Gungnir, and Trishula. The archetype has like 50, 60, 70, 80 cards. It's honestly impressive how they've managed to make every single Ice Barrier card complete garbage outside of those 3. Actually 4. Duloran, you guys are right. Duloran is also okay. The synchros were good. Everything else strictly into the trash. Whenever, like, never a good card outside of the synchros in Ice Barrier. It's honestly impressive how they managed to handcraft them so carefully to be so terrible. Every single one of them.
Ionic Dragon of the Ice Barrier, a level 6 synchro that could discard cards to bounce that many cards from field to hand any number of times in a turn. This was the first of many synchros in the set to actually have powerful effects on a generic body, and there was no requirements to summon Brionac or almost any of the synchro bosses here, meaning that practically all of them would see some form of extra deck staple play moving forward from here, with Brionac being arguably tied for the most useful. The second archetype was Mist Valley, a series of wind monsters focused around bouncing cards to hand for swarming and effect usage. Their boss, Mist Worm, was a level 9 synchro requiring
Mistworm is the boss monster of Mist Valley? Is that true? That I have never heard in my life. I mean, they're both called Mist, but it's not called Mist Valley. Well, today I learned.
3 materials that bounced up to 3 cards from field to hand on summon. While not quite as stable as Brionac, Mistworm would see significant play as one of the biggest useful synchros you could make to swing a game in your favor. Next up were Flamvels, a series of fire monsters with 200 defense that we've actually already seen before with their cards Fire Dog and Rekindling in the previous core set. Their synchro, Uruquizaz, was a level 6 that dealt piercing, which wasn't quite as useful as his
Uruquizaz? Is that how you say it? I always called it Uruquizaz.
contemporaries, but more importantly, the set brought Flamvel Magician. While its effect meant literally nothing to an average player, as it's purely there for the lore of the dual terminal cards, what was important was that it was a level 4 fire tuner with 200 defense, meaning you could summon it with Fire Dog's effect to access a level 8 synchro in main phase 2, and make Rekindling a free synchro summon later in the duel. This fact alone would have Magician see play for a period of time after this, purely as one of the most reliable ways into Stardust Dragon.
Dog, Magician, and
with their monsters
was
Air, Bellum, and Bellum. Yeah, we've already seen these. X-Saber kind of blew its load early by releasing its best cards in the year's starter deck, so unfortunately they received no new useful tools here. Following that disappointment was Ally of Justice, a series of dark machines that gained specific benefits when dealing with light monsters, which was so niche in its application that it was completely useless outside of one card of theirs that didn't have such a niche use. Ally of Justice Catastor was their synchro boss, a level 5 that destroyed any non-target battled, instantly becoming the end-all level 5 synchro target in the game and being tied with Brionac for the best card of the set. Lastly were the Worms, who didn't have a synchro boss and were a set of lackluster light reptiles that were either flip monsters or supported flip monsters, seeing no relevant play on release.
Worms, when did Worms become like good? What was it, 2012? No, 2013. There was a time where you could play Worms with, I think it was when they released, it was Worm Xex, Worm Yagan, and the trap card, the Nebula Meteorite. Yeah.
AC Columbus would take place less than a week later on November 4th.
They spent so many ban lists to get rid of Teledad, and then on the very next ban list, they're like, let's bring some stuff back for it, and then it's or the best deck again. This is just like so funny to me that they're like, Teledad has been meta for 1.5 years. we're gonna kill it on a ban list, and then the next ban list, we're gonna bring it back. It suffered enough. Let's bring it back.
14th, and a couple of changes were noticeable immediately. For starters, the hidden arsenal synchros had made their way into the meta without issue, seeing Catastor, Bryonic, or Mistworm show up in almost every extra deck in some capacity. Secondly, Zombie Teledad had a seriously powerful performance here, revitalizing the deck.
Let's bring back Mizuki Eater 2. Let's bring back Destiny Draw the 3. I wonder what's gonna happen. Surely people are not gonna just whip out Teledad again.
Back with cards like Diamond Dude to fuel card draw and Caius to form dark pushes with its banish effect. Diva Zombie would be a new face on the block here.
There we go.
Use Diva to summon 2 level 2 tuners to the board.
Oh my god, double Mizuki, triple Burial. My god.
Mix with your zombies to make quick and easy synchro pushes and climbs.
Double
now
foolish.
Able to make Bryonic with a Diva and a zombie to bounce the board.
It's so trippy. It's tripping me up to see double Foolish. It's tripping me up to see double Foolish. Danny X, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you. The ads, the thing has changed since I got the Partner Plus thingy. I'm not exactly sure why. I didn't change anything in the settings, but I'll look into it.
Then use Bryonic and a Diva to climb into a level 8 like Stardust or Red Dragon.
But you know there's a way how you just don't get any ads and support the streamer man at the same time, right? I'm just checking. You know there's a way to do that, right?
Archfiend. Vincent Rolambomiadana would win the day with
This
Twilight,
is the one.
opting for both Chaos Sorcerer and Dad Roots, but also notably playing
This is the French Twilight is what it was called at the time. French Twilight introduced playing Tragodia and Chaos Sorcerer in Lightsworn, basically. That was the thing.
3 Tragodia to bolster his dark count, showing the power of this battle hand trap. This would be the last SJC of the year.
It's crazy how nothing out of Lightsworn is on the ban list yet, except for JD, for like over a year.
The last core set of the year around the corner, the year would be coming to a close as the shifting...
Please pronounce the last name. Well, Ralambomiadana. What do you mean?
...from the corporate side of the game slowed the development of the metagame around it.
This was not that good of a set. What is that? Stardust Overdrive?
Stardust Overdrive. Release date, November 17th, 2009. Set type, core set. Major strategies, Synchron, Fortune Lady, Reptilian. Impact, nothing in the short term, a lot of one-offs for the long game. Stardust Overdrive was the final core set of 2009, and while it brought nothing...
It had some good stuff, but I don't think it's comparable to the other stuff in the era. It's definitely the worst one out of the ones we've seen, out of the core sets, I think.
To change the immediate future of the metagame, it brought so many one-off cards that would shape the near future of the game that it's hard to overlook. Quick Draw Synchron was a new tuner to add to the Synchron pool, able to consider itself any Synchron tuner for the summoning of a Synchro requiring one, but couldn't be used for any other Synchros. While at this point, the Synchron Synchros weren't all that impressive, Quick Draw would grow more useful as more and more powerful Synchron Synchros emerged in the coming months. Level Eater was a level 1 that could summon itself from grave by reducing the level of a 5 or higher monster by 1, which wasn't too useful now, seeing some play in Monarch strategies as a niche option, but would similarly grow stronger with time. Infernity Necromancer was another tool in the theoretical Infernity deck alongside the previously released promo Archfiend, able to revive an Infernity from grave once per turn if you had no cards in hand, but was still missing that X factor to make the strategy sing. Fortune Lady received a couple of good targets to summon with Light's Effect in Water, who drew 2 cards on Special Summon, and Dark, who provided Grave Recursion. But neither would be good enough to make Fortune Lady viable outside of niche OTK
even
strategies.
Back in the day.
Reptilian was a series of reptiles focused on dropping attack values to 0, but was so incredibly unfocused that it flopped hard on release. Swap Frog was the next in the line of theoretically good frog support, able to special summon itself by discarding a water, able to dump a water aqua from deck to grave on summon, and able to bounce a monster from field to hand once per turn to give you an additional frog normal summon. This one would be the frog to break them out of being purely theoretical, however, as Swap Frog provided both consistent board presence and grave setup to pair the frogs with monarchs, giving them the tribute fodder they needed to be good, spawning the deck of Frog Monarch from this combination. The Djinn monsters would also release here, a series of fiends that could be banished from grave to pay the cost of a ritual summon, giving that ritual summoned monster effects if used this way. Of these, the most notable one was Djinn, Releaser of Rituals, who locked the opponent's special summons as long as her ritual monster was on the field, which while inconsistent now would cause a severe headache in a few years. Blackwings received a new synchro in Silverwind the Ascendant, who was a level 8 requiring 3 materials, killing its usefulness almost immediately, but it would see play simply as a level 8 target to summon with Vayu in Vayu Turbo decks. Gemini Spark was another piece of Gemini support, able to tribute off a Gemini to pop a card on field and draw a card.
Okay, Stardust Overdrive, not that bad. It's just not, there's no new big deck immediately, but there's a lot of good, like, single cards in this. Like Gemini Spark shaped the metagame for years because like Hero Beat was a thing because of this card for like a long time.
This was intended to give Gemini decks more of a footing. What it actually did was give Hero Beat another push into the meta by creating a resource loop with Neos Alias, allowing you to tribute a Neos Alias to pop a card and draw, then use Hero Blast to add the tributed alias back to hand and pop an additional monster, turning Hero Beat into a serious meta contender. Preparation of Rites allowed you to search for a level 7 or lower ritual monster and recur a ritual spell from grave to hand, seemingly built specifically to exclude Demise from this search to prevent another Demise OTK list. Because of this, Preparation of Rites would see no play in this
That's such a fun fact. Like that Preparation of Rites presumably adds level 7 or lower because of Demise King of Armageddon. I never thought of it like that. I never thought about it. I just thought like, yeah, but maybe that's actually the reason. Maybe that's the reason why it never searches level 8 or higher. Like, I mean, from the perspective from the like at the time, I guess it makes sense, right? But it's still such a funny thing to realize in 2023 is that this card maybe has this balancing on it because of Demise King of Armageddon, which is, yeah, weird.
Short-term period, but would become useful as a searcher for any future ritual strategies if the mechanic ever became useful. Stygian Dirge was an odd floodgate, dropping the level of all opponents' monsters by 1, which was intended to block synchro spamming, but was just mostly an inconvenience.
I mean, never saw play until... I mean, people sometimes used it to counter Sprite. But it was until XYZ. Like XYZ, people would use it sometimes. Like it would kill Evil Swarm, for example, right? I personally didn't play it, but some people cited it in like Dragon Rulers against Evil Swarm. It was far better in XYZ format than it was in Synchro format. Because if you were playing a Synchro deck at the time, right? Let's say you had a tuner and a non-tuner. Both of their levels were reduced by 1. They were still, like, you could still make a Synchro out of those. And usually all of the Synchro decks ran every level anyways, right? We've seen a bunch of their extra decks. It was always you played the level 5s, the 6s, the 7s, the 8s, the 9s, whatever was available, right? So if you had a tuner and a non-tuner, which level equaled 8, and your opponent did Stygian Dirge, you would just make a 6 instead, and you would play 6s anyways. During XYZ era, it was a little bit different because most decks were very focused on summoning the same rank of XYZs, right? It was like all level 4s or all level rank 3s, right? And so in a deck that was completely focused around summoning rank 4s, having all of your monsters being reduced to level 3 was bad. Yes, theoretically you could make a rank 3, but your deck wasn't built to do that, so most of the time you didn't even run a level 3, right? And even if you did, it wasn't part of your core strategy. So it was a little bit better during XYZ era, but even then it was never, I don't think it was ever like a really good card. Like it was experimented with at some point, but it wasn't great.
It would, however, see play in later eras to block out other kinds of extra deck mechanics that were more rigid on their level requirements. A Pointer of the Red Lotus was a trap that could temporarily banish a card from the opponent's hand, which while not too useful now, as most decks were operating as a pseudo toolbox of options, it would be useful as more and more decks move towards a more combo-oriented playstyle. Gateway of the Six was a TCG exclusive that gained 2 Bushido counters anytime you summoned a 6 Samurai monster, then could remove counters from your side of the field to trigger an effect, with 2 getting you an attack.
This card, whoever made this card, I would like to talk to. Just like, I just want to talk, man. I just want to talk. Because this is a TCG exclusive at the time. So, who did it? Who did it? I have questions. I have just a few questions I have. You know, because this card is completely bonkers. Adding a samurai from deck or grave to hand for 4 counters, not once per turn, creating 2 counters every time a a 6 samurai is summoned is crazy, man. It's just asking to be looped. This card is asking to be looped. It's crazy.
attack boost, 4 getting you a search for a 6 samurai, and 6 letting you revive a Sheen monster from the grave.
Wasn't the Roach here too? No. Maxi is not in 2009. Maxi is 2011. In not Stardust Overdrive, Maxi is Storm of Ragnarok. STON, not SOVR.
While it wouldn't be too good now, as 6 Samurai only really had one spam out option in Grandmaster, who
actually
could only
not STON, STOR. STON is Storm of Neos. Never mind. STOR.
One copy on the field at a time. If 6 Samurai ever got the ability to spam summon, this could become an issue really fast thanks to the lack of once per turns on it. Lastly, we have a few OCG import boss monsters that all have their own unique special summoning conditions, being Dark Samorg, who could be special summoned from hand by banishing a Dark and
Labyrinth Duelists in 2023, close your eyes now. Close your eyes.
Wind and Grave, or from Grave by banishing a Dark and Wind in hand, and prevented the opponent from setting cards. Archlord Christia, who could be special summoned if you had 4 fairies in Grave, adding 1 from Grave to hand on summon, locks special summoning for both
I don't want to talk about Christia.
players while on field, and place itself on top of the deck when sent to Grave, and Guardian Iados, who could special summon herself if you had no monsters in Grave, and could send an equip spell on her to Grave.
That was another like macro skill drain beatdown kind of card that
3 monsters from the opponent's Grave, gaining 500 attack for each. Of these, Christia and Iados would find some niche play, with Christia finding the occasional tech spot in some Lightsworn builds, and Iados finding a niche in macro drain decks as a free 2500 body since your Grave usually had no monsters in it. And with that, 2009 came to a close. All in all, the year itself was fairly uneventful on the surface due to the legal battle waging in the background, but this was simply the calm before the storm. As we entered into 2010, we'd find a wonderland of new playable strategies, a wasteland of new menaces, and the birth of the long-running mainstay of the competitive community. A huge shout out to my Dark Lord.
What a year, man. What a year 2009 was. Sorry I'm late. I had to take the kids. Oh, you just arrived in time. We just finished. 2010 is not there yet, though, right? Where's 2010? I need 2010 in my life. Everyone, add the Law YGO in chat and tell them to make it 2010. Add them right now. They're in chat right now. Add them, add them, add them. Everyone. All right, that was a good one. That was a good one as well. All right. I'm gonna link you guys the channel once again, in case you're into this sort of stuff. Lots of really cool nostalgic videos like that. Let's go, chat. The channel link is in chat. Everyone go subscribe to the Law YGO. Really been enjoying these types of videos, and I can't wait for 2010 to come out. All right, this was a little bit longer than I anticipated, but I thoroughly enjoyed it, so I regret nothing. I regret nothing. We are going to start with a little bit of a look into Age of Overlord today still. As I promised, we're going to start looking at Age of Overlord. We're probably not going to be able to look at the entire set now until the end, because at 5 p.m., we're going to have reveals. Let me see what's going to be revealed today at 5 p.m. The rarities, Snake Eye. Oh! We're going to find out about Diabellstar today. Uh-oh. We're going to find out about Diabellstar rarity. Ooh, chat. Uh-oh. Because it says Day 2 is Snake Eye, and Snake Eye is the Diabellstar archetype. Uh-oh. That's... you know what? We should just start with that. Because it is one of the things that is by far the most popular in the OCG out of Age of Overlord. Probably outside of SP Little Knight, the most impactful thing in Age of Overlord is the Diabellstar / Snake Eye stuff. So let's do it. We can do a poll. Okay, we can do a poll. What do you guys want to do as the poll for Diabellstar? Do we just do the rarity of Diabellstar? Do we do how many secrets do the Snake Eyes get? What do you think is more interesting? How many secrets do they get, or what rarity is Diabellstar? Which one do you want? Which Gamba do we do? How many secrets? How many secrets? Okay. Start a prediction. How many secrets for Snake Eye / Diabell, right? And I'm gonna do 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 plus. There's no way it's 4 plus. Let's do 3 plus. Let's do 0, 1, 2, or 3 plus. And you can have like 30 minutes to freaking Gamba, because we're gonna see at 5 p.m. Yeah, the Gamba is up. It's gonna run for 30 minutes, and you can vote how many secrets you guys think the Diabell Star / Snake Eye archetype will get. 0, 1, 2, or 3 or more, right? That's what you guys can predict for. And we're gonna look into it first things first. New themes, Diabell Star. I guess Snake Eye. I guess. Okay, and the gamble includes Diabell Star and these Snake Eye cards, right? These Snake Eye cards and the Diabell Star cards are included, right? Diabell Star plus Snake Eye, which is what it says in the title. All right, Snake Eye first, I guess. Snake Eye already has a card. Snake Eye already has a card. Let me see if this is sorted well. Yeah. There's a card from Duelist Nexus, which got an errata in the OCG, but for us it was already printed with the correct name. Sinful Spoils of Subversion Snake Eye. Target a face-up monster on the field, place it face-up in its owner's spell and trap zone as a continuous spell. You can only activate once per turn. When this was originally announced for the OCG, no one knew that this was part of an archetype. No one knew that. I guess they just released the card and then looked at it and they were like, that artwork is kind of dope. We want to make an archetype around it. And then they made an archetype around it and then they had to change its name in the OCG. But in the TCG, it was already printed with the correct name. So yeah, it was randomly decided that this card was going to be part of an archetype now. So here we are. This card in itself is not that great. It's not a terrible card, you know. It's an okay removal spell, but not really more than that. It's not seen play at all yet in the TCG, and even with it being searchable in the Snake Eye archetype, it's probably not going to be more than a one-off sometimes. That's what they do in the OCG, is they sometimes play one, I think, in the side deck in case they want to search removal. I don't think they play more than that at all, but we're going to take a look at that in a second. When we talk about Snake Eye / Sinful Spoils, it's kind of two archetypes that belong together, I guess. Right? But we'll talk about it. Let's look at the Snake Eye cards first. And then we look at the Diabell Star package. And depending on how long this takes, we can immediately watch the YouTube announcement after and see what the rarities for these cards are going to be. And some of these, I even have to remind myself of what they do, because some of them I actually don't remember. We've read them before at some point. It's been a couple weeks from, like, at this point. Let's just, let's repeat together. All right. Original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye. So this card is: send one other face-up card you control to the graveyard. Special summon one level 1 fire monster from your hand or deck. You can banish this card from your graveyard, then target one Snake Eye or Diabell Star monster in your graveyard. Add a level 1 fire monster from your deck to your hand, then place the targeted monster on the bottom of the deck. You can only use one effect per turn and only once that turn. Okay, this is the card. This card is the reason why the most common pairing for the Sinful Spoils / Snake Eye cards in the OCG right now is Rescue Ace. Because of course, if you read this card, you'll notice that special summon one level 1 fire monster from your hand or deck is incredibly generic, does not come with any restriction whatsoever. This card is seeing a whole lot of play in all kinds of different decks. Of course, in Rescue Ace, this card is being used to special summon Hydrant out of your deck. But there is other ways you can pair it up with. Notable targets include Infernoid Decatron, Jet Synchron, which is something that the OCG does to summon, or they used to do it to summon Chaos Ruler. There's other decks that can use it, Fire King. I'm sure you guys can think of other examples of where you can use it. Infernoble Knights, potentially. Whatever, right? Very, very generic support card for all kind of fire decks that have a level 1 that they really want. TG, right? TG is also a thing that comes out in Age of Overlord that I think has a level 1 fire monster that it wants to summon out. Which I believe is it this one down here? Yeah, this one I think is the one you want to summon in TGs. But anyways, this one we started with one of the best cards in the archetype, the reason why it is so splashable in a whole lot of different decks, and honestly one of the reasons to even play the deck. And then on top of just being an emergency teleport, essentially, it also gives you a follow-up effect. But you cannot use both in the same turn, but once this card hits the graveyard in follow-up turns, you will have the opportunity to grab yourself a card, a level 1 fire from deck to hand. So yeah, basically it's an emergency teleport on the first turn with some cost attached to it, and then it is a Rhoda on the second turn. So it's pretty powerful. It is pretty damn powerful. We have Snake Eye XL. So this is the thing, right? Snake Eyes are all level 1 fire monsters. So if they wanted you to use this card in Snake Eyes, because that's what it's technically made for, they could have just said, summon a Snake Eye from your deck, but they didn't do that. But most of the Snake Eyes are level 1 fire monsters. But anyways, Snake Eye XL. If this card is normal or special, you can add a level 1 fire from your deck to your hand. You can send this card and one other face-up card you control to the grave. Special summon a Snake Eye from your hand or deck, except Snake Eye XL. This card's pretty good. However, I don't think, in the OCG at least, we've seen any success out of pure Snake Eyes. So it's not really been a thing, but it's technically not a bad card. You know, on summon, you add a level 1 fire, and then it's kind of like a little Lone Fire Blossom situation going on. So that's a decent card. Snake Eye Orc. If this card is normal or special, target level 1 fire in the grave or banished, add it to your hand or special summon it. Send this card and one other face-up card you control to special summon. They all have this like effect on summon, and then they can tag out into another Snake Eye from hand or deck. So you can like use XL to search, then use XL to go into Orc, then use Orc to revive XL, then use Orc to go into whatever. So you know, it's kind of like a thing. You can already tell the Snake Eye cards have some issues with Maxi, which maybe that's the reason why they haven't been used in the OCG. Maybe it has more potential in the TCG. You know, potential like rank 1 spamming and so on and so forth is a little bit more potent in an environment without Maxi, but who knows. If you control a fire monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. Decent extension. You can only special summon White Birch once per turn this way. During your opponent's turn, quick effect, send this card and one other face-up card you control to the grave. Special summon a Snake Eye from hand or deck. Summoning on the opponent's turn can be neat if they have good like interruption-based things, which I don't remember if this one does that. Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon. This one is not a level 1. This one is level 8. Is it? Yeah, level 8. You can target one monster in the grave or face up on the field. Place it face up in its owner's spell and trap zone as a continuous spell. During your opponent's turn, quick effect, you can target a monster on the field. Treat it as a continuous spell. Special summon it to your field. If this card is sent from the hand or field to the grave, you can special summon 2 level 1 fire monsters from your grave. You can only use each effect of Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon once per turn. Honestly, a pretty good card that could eventually see some play for sure. The fact that you can just send this card from hand or field to the grave by some means and revive 2 level 1s from the grave is pretty damn interesting. And then it even has some usage on the board, right? Like it even has an effect that's like not bad on the field. But Yeah, I mean, you summon this card somehow, and then you link it off. You just get 2 more level 1s back from the graveyard. I think it's a pretty good card. Whether Snake Eye needs more support to be playable as its own deck remains to be seen. But I do think this card is pretty good. So far, I don't think the deck has ways to get rid of it in hand from the cards we've seen so far. So that could be a struggle. Drawing this card is not the best. But if you have an easy way to send it from hand to the graveyard, you get to revive 2 level 1 fires. So it's pretty good. Yeah. Then we have the Shrine of Serpentine Sight, Snake Eye. Also, in general, the artwork on these cards is pretty damn dope, if you ask me. Although, when I saw this one for the first time, I thought it was an Infernity monster. Am I the only one that thinks this looks like... Not Infernity, Infernoid. My bad. Infernoid. This thing looks like a freaking Infernoid monster. I can't be the only one that sees that, right? This thing is literally an Infernoid monster. Anyways. This thing is the field spell. When this card is activated, you can place a Snake Eye monster from your hand, deck, or graveyard face up in its owner's spell and trap zone as a continuous spell. Level 1 fire monsters you control gain 1100 attack. Very, very weird number, but I guess it is what it is. What do they have? They have 0, 900, 800, so they grow to like arbitrary numbers. Once per turn, if your opponent normals or special summons a monster, you can target a monster card on the field that's treated as a continuous spell, special summon it to your field. It's not a bad field spell, but it's definitely much worse than what other archetypes have. If I'm looking at freaking the Visa Starfrost archetypes, where every single field spell is just straight up busted custom out of their ass. This card is not bad because it gives you something to send away for your Snake Eyes, right? Like all of these need to send the face-up card you control to the graveyard to be able to get their effects, which is cool. 1100 because Snake Eyes is rolling 2 1s with dice. Ah, I see. Why do these not have 1100 attack then? Anyways. Yeah, so you get to tutor out a Snake Eye from your hand, deck, or graveyard, which is good. However, you need to go through the motion. Like the card on its own does not do that much. You need another way to enable it, which is, I think I'm just applying high standards to field spells now because of all the broken field spells we've had in the past. This is still not a bad card, but it is not as good as other field spells we have. The Glaring Ruler's Snake Eyes. If the total levels of all Snake Eye monsters you control equal 2 or more, activate one of these effects. Target a monster in your opponent's grave or face-up field. Place it in the spell and trap zone, which is interesting removal. Target a monster card on the field that's treated. You can special summon it. Not a bad card, but I don't think it's very good. You're gonna probably only play one, maybe if it's searchable in a dedicated Snake Eye deck. But it's okay for a trap card. And now, somehow, like these, I personally, don't ask me what the lore behind this is, but this is not all there is to Snake Eye. Snake Eye, for some reason, has a connection to this archetype called the Sinful Spoils cards / Diabell Star. So, as you've noticed, or as you may have noticed, it's Diabell Star is in some of these artworks, like right here. This is Diabell Star. The card called Diabell Star is somehow part of this lore, part of this archetype. Don't ask me why. Diabell Star, the Dark Witch, is part of this whole thingy, part of this lore. And it's a pretty damn good card. So let's read up on it. You can special summon this card from your hand by sending one other card from your hand or field to the graveyard. So very simple, can be used in a lot of decks to great potential. Pitch a card or send it from your field to the grave to special summon it from your hand. You can only do that once per turn. You can only use each effect once per turn. If this card is normal or special, you can set a Sinful Spoils spell and trap directly from your deck. If this card is sent from hand or field to the graveyard during your opponent's turn, you can send one card from hand or field to the graveyard and special summon this card. So the most important thing here is level 7, discard a card from your hand or send the card from hand from the field to the graveyard. not discard, send the card from hand or field to the grave, special summon it, on summon, get a Sinful Spoils set from your deck. Obviously, this thing, the teleport for level 1 fire monsters is called Sinful Spoils, right? Not every single Snake Eye card is a Sinful Spoil card. These two are not Sinful Spoils, but this one is a Sinful Spoil. So Diabellstar can summon itself by sending one card to the graveyard and then sets the teleport, which made her, for example, a 1-card Chaos Ruler. Well, 2 cards, this card plus you needed to send any other card to the graveyard, but you could do that. Well, you would also need to send for this, right? You also need to send for this, but yeah. So this is how you can grab your hydrant super consistently, right? You can grab your hydrant super consistently with Diabellstar the Dark Witch, searching Sinful Spoils Snake Eye, tutoring out any level 1 fire, for example. Sinful Spoils Hunter Fiend. This is the wanted picture of Diabellstar the Dark Witch. Quick play spell card. Add a Diabellstar monster from your deck or graveyard to your hand. During your main phase, you can banish this card from your grave, then target one of your Sinful Spoils that's banished during your grave. Place it on the bottom of the deck, then draw 1 card. This is the best card out of the bunch. This is by far the best card out of the bunch, because it is very simply a quick play Rhoda for your Diabellstar from deck or graveyard. And then you're gonna summon your Diabellstar that you've searched. Then you're gonna grab a Sinful Spoils. You're gonna activate that Sinful Spoils, and then you can just use this effect in the graveyard to draw a card. So, as a result of that, this is always a 3-of. And because, like, most of the time, I'm just gonna look at this for reference right now. The most common version of these decks play 1 Diabellstar, 3 of the quick play spell, and one of the Snake Eye Sinful Spoils, right? Because you want to open the quick play spell. The quick play spell is by far the best card you can draw, because you just activate it to add your Diabellstar and then use the Diabellstar to get the Snake Eye and then go from there, right? The one thing that I like about this engine is that yes, you only play 1 Diabellstar, and yes, you only play 1 of this spell. So technically, like, you don't want to draw those cards. You don't want to draw the Sinful Spoil Snake Eye. You don't want to draw the Diabellstar. You definitely want to draw this one. But the other 2 cards are not dead, right? It's not bad to draw Diabellstar. It's not bad to draw your freaking emergency teleport for a level 1 fire, right? It's just better to draw this card, right? It's just better to draw this. So these cards are not bricks. They are just slightly worse versions of drawing this, right? Because if you just hard open the Diabellstar, you can still summon it. You can still search this one. You don't get the draw later. You simply don't get the draw later. And if you draw this, well, it still is a level 1. It still is a level 1 fire teleport. So also not bad of a card, right? So that's the cool part about it. It's the cool part about the engine that even though you have some engine requirements that you need to run only 1 copy of because you want to search it, so on and so forth. The fact that even if you draw those cards is like they're not garnets, which is always, I think that's very good card design about this entire thing. Whether this card is good card design is a whole nother question, because it's a Rhoda that also draws a card, so it's basically freaking Engage. Different story, different story. Definitely gonna feel very powerful whenever your opponent opens this card. But yeah, that's that. And then the other 2, let's quickly look at them as well. Sinful Spoils of Doom, Luciella. Target a level 7 or higher spellcaster you control. Apply these effects in sequence. That face-up monster is unaffected by other monster effects this turn, but send it to the graveyard during the standby phase of the next turn. All face-up monsters your opponent currently controls lose attack equal to that monster's attack. Then, if any of those monsters' attack has been reduced to 0 as a result, destroy it. You can only activate 1 per turn. As you can already see, most of the decks playing the Diabellstar in the OCG are not using this card, but it's not a bad card. It's simply like, the reason for that is that the decks are only using this package as a way to consistently get to level 1 fire monsters, right? They're not using this because they want to play Diabellstar control, or they want to leave Diabellstar on the field. Not at all. They simply want to use this engine to get to their level 1 Hydrant consistently, or their level 1 whatever, right? If you focus your deck maybe more around Diabellstar or Snake Eye, this card can suddenly become a pretty good card, because what this card does is it makes your Diabellstar unaffected. It makes your Diabellstar unaffected. All of your opponent's monsters lose 2,500 attack, and anything that reaches 0 is destroyed. So it can literally pop everything, like everything that's less than 2,500 attack dies. Which is very powerful, especially because it's a quick play spell, so you can use it going first and second. Like, this card can function as a sort of board breaker. It can function as like, you can go first and you can set it. It's a pretty damn good card if you really think about it. It's just a matter of, are people going to play a Diabellstar focused deck, right? Because this right here is just an example list from the OCG, but this is not a Diabellstar focused deck. This is just a Rescue Ace deck that's using the Diabellstar cards to get to the Hydrant. So in a deck like this one, you wouldn't play a card like that. So yeah. But I think this is a pretty impressive card, honestly, especially because all of these cards, keep that in mind, all of these Sinful Spoils can be played as one-offs if you want to, because they can be recycled, right? This thing shuffles them back into your deck, right? The graveyard effect of the Hunter Fiend will be able to shuffle, place it on the bottom of the deck and draw a card. So you can, even if you only play one, you can technically recycle it next turn again. And then we have Sinful Spoils of Betrayal, Sylvia. Send a Diabellstar monster from your hand or face-up field to the graveyard, then target one face-up card on the field, negate its effects forever. When your opponent activates a card or effect in response to the activation of your Diabellstar monster effect or Sinful Spoil spell or trap, banish this card from your grave, negate that opponent's effect. You can only use one effect per turn, only once that turn. This card is mediocre, I want to say. It's not a terrible Yu-Gi-Oh card by no means, especially because it's searchable in this deck. But I'm not a big fan of it. I'm not a big fan of this one. I think if you're gonna look for a disruptive card to pair with your Diabellstar, you're probably gonna go for the quick play spell. Most likely. I don't think you would do both. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, I think the quick play spell was better. That's that. So, in terms of using these cards, because they are going to be very, very good in the TCG. I hope we can all agree that these cards are reading incredibly powerful, especially the Diabellstar, the Rhoda, and the Teleport for level 1 fires. Of course, in order to use this small package, you need to be able to make use of the level 1 fire monster. Like, it's not an engine like the, let's compare it to something like the Adventure engine, which found a home in a lot of different decks. For the Adventure engine, the quote-unquote only requirement was your deck needs to not need the normal summon effect, right? For this one, the requirement is, I would say, a little bit more narrow of your deck needs to use level 1 fire monsters, right? Even though you could argue, yeah, people in chat are saying, like, most decks can make some use out of Jet Synchron, right? Sure. I mean, yeah. You can. That's probably true. Probably most decks can use it. The question is, will most decks use it, right? As to which, I'm not sure, because something like Rescue Ace, the answer is super obvious. Every single Rescue Ace is going to use this package. It's mandatory. It's literally mandatory. The problem of the Rescue Ace deck is consistency and all these kind of things. And this fixes it completely. It's a completely like super strong engine, right? Free Synchro 8. I mean, I would not call it a free Synchro 8 because think of it that way. In order to turn this into a level 8 Synchro, Diabellstar needs to send a card from hand or field to the graveyard. So that's 2 cards that you invest. You invest 2 cards to get the Dark Witch onto the board, and then you get this card, which also requires you to send 1 other face-up card you control to the graveyard. So you have to out of your 5-card opening hand, you have to get rid of 2 cards to make a level 8 Synchro, which is, without Chaos Ruler, there's not that many level 8 Synchros that are just straight up worth it in that sense, right? There's not that much going on that just, it's not free if you have to send 2 other cards away, right? The cool thing in the OCG or like in Rescue Ace is that for this card you can just send away the Diabellstar because you don't plan on sending it away, right? On using it, right? You just go Diabellstar, set this thing, and then send the Diabellstar away for it. Like it's cool, right? It's cool. Accel into Baron. You cannot Accel into Baron without a level 2 tuner. If you go Accel Stardust, you can summon back the Jet Synchron. You have to make a level 9 Synchro. And then you would have to bring back the Jet Synchron, discarding another card to make a Baron. That's a lot of cards to make a Baron. That's a lot of cards to make a Baron the Fleur. So I don't know about that one, Chief. I do not know about that one. Well. So every single deck that really wants a level 1 fire monster is gonna love this engine. No questions asked. But the bigger question to me personally, when it comes to thinking about this before Age of Overlord releases, is how many other decks want to play this engine, and also how good is something like Rescue Ace going to become in the TCG? Like, is Rescue Ace going to be elevated to, what is it? Because currently it's arguably like a lower tier 2 deck. Is it going to go tier 1? Is it going to go tier 1.5? Is it going to be middle of tier 2? I'm not sure. I think the boost here to this deck is incredible. I do think it's incredible. I can't help but think that a deck that was already able to top YCSs, to even get all the way to 2nd place at a YCS. If a deck gets this kind of support, I want to say it has to have a chance to make it into tier 1 or tier 1.5. I just have to, I have to say, I just think that's definitely a real possibility that the Diabellstar / Sinful Spoils cards make Rescue Ace a top tier contender. 100% a real possibility that we might have to face. As far as other decks go, I'm not sure where I would really see potential. People are saying Infernoid, TG, whatever. I don't think those kind of decks are going to be part of the top tier in the next format, but there is a world where these cards become good. But I don't really think we're going to be there yet. Would you say the same about the Mannadium support? I'll have to reread the Mannadium support carefully, but I don't think we have the time to go through we don't have the time to go through the entirety of Age of Overlord today. We're going to do the rest tomorrow. For now, I want to focus on the Diabellstar package, because I do think it is with everything that's been said, outside of SP Little Knight and the Typhoon guy, what is it called? Celestial Doomsday Typhoon, right? Typhoon. I think the Diabellstar package is the most exciting stuff from Age of Overlord. I think it's the most exciting stuff from Age of Overlord in terms of meta impact. So as far as rarities go, chat, we're going to find out the rarities of these cards in just over 10 minutes. And I will say there is some amount of hope. There is some amount of hope because, as you can see, the Diabell Star is quote-unquote only a one-off. So if they decide to make this a secret rare, it's still gonna be expensive. But I think the worst thing that can happen, by far the worst thing that can happen, is if this thing is a secret rare. If the Sinful Spoils Hunter Fiend is a secret rare, it's doomed. It is literally doomed. Because that thing is freaking engaged for this archetype, and you need to play 3. Every deck that plays Diabell Star is going to play 3 Hunter Fiends. 100%. So personally, I think there is a 0% chance that these 2 cards are not at least ultra rare, both of them. I will be very surprised if not. Even if this is an ultra rare, it's probably going to be expensive. Like, I'm looking at, I don't want to be too pessimistic, but I'm looking at like this thing is, it might have maybe it has similar demand as a Fenrir situation. Maybe a little bit less popular than Fenrir, but it could definitely go in the same realms. Maybe not quite there. Because I think the rest of the set is also a little bit better than Darkwing Blast, maybe. And it also has the quarter century versions to even out the value of the pulls. But yeah. No way, the hype is not as big. Maybe I'm wrong. Once again, I'm I am just I am just talking. I don't actually have any, like, I can imagine people really wanting to pick up this engine. I think even as an ultra rare, this card is going to be expensive. Probably not Fenrir levels though. Probably not. It's not. You guys are right. It's not as generic as Fenrir was, because Fenrir was like part of the best deck in the format, but it also was good in pretty much every single deck. That is true. That is a fair point. It's not. I don't think it's going to be Fenrir levels. But it's definitely not going to be a cheap ultra rare. If it is an ultra rare, which would even that's probably the best case. That's what you should hope for, is for this to be, I don't know, an ultra rare that's still gonna fetch like $30-40 or whatever. That's probably the best it can get. Like, I believe there's like, I personally think one of these 2 cards, if we're unlucky, both is gonna be secret rare. But there's no way none of these 2 cards is a secret. I honestly don't think there's a chance that both of them are not secret. I don't see that happening. One of them is 100% gonna be a secret rare, and I would predict the other one to be an ultra rare. And the better of the 2 options would definitely be this one secret, this one ultra. That would be the better one for our wallets. If this one is the secret and this one is the ultra, it's cringe. And if both of them are secret, it's GG. And then this one is kind of whatever. I don't know. Like, this one is, I mean, it's a good card, but this one I don't see being a super large chase card. Because this is pretty much always a one-off, I think. Yeah. One big reason as to why these cards, like why this set is so powerful, is also that there's some other really big chase cards, which I guess we have some time to kill. Let's talk about 2 other really big deals in the upcoming set, because I've already said, outside of these 2 cards, I think the Diabell Star cards are the most exciting stuff in the set. So what I mean by that is, obviously I'm referring to Stellar Nemesis Typhoon Doomsday Star, which I think has a slightly different name in the TCG, and then of course SP Little Knight. Let's do Stellar Nemesis Typhon Doomsday Star first. This card is basically, people are calling it the new Zeus. It's kind of like the dark version of Zeus, which is pretty damn cool. And this card also, I don't know if it was by accident or not, but in the Age of Overlord, in this announcement trailer right here, it has already been confirmed that this card, or probably been confirmed that this card is going to be an ultra rare. Let me see. Where was it? It was somewhere. There. So both of these cards are already, they were both in the trailer. For SP Little Knight, I've said it yesterday, and I'll repeat it today just because people have been baited to hell with this video. The SP Little Knight here is not an ultra rare. The SP Little Knight here is a quarter century. This does not confirm that it's an ultra rare. It only confirms that it's going to be ultra or secret, because those cards come in quarter century secret rare. It could still be a secret rare. The Typhoon, on the other hand, though, which is called Super Star Slayer Typhoon Sky Crisis, is an ultra rare in this picture. Which, unless it's a mistake in the video, in editing or whatever, this confirms that it's an ultra rare. Which is cool. It's cool that this is an ultra and not a secret, even though it would have looked dope as a secret. Anyways, 2 level 12 monsters. If your opponent special summoned 2 or more monsters from the extra deck this turn or the previous turn, you can also XYZ summon this card by using the one monster you control with the highest attack, your choice if tied. If summoned this way, you cannot normal or special summon monsters for the rest of this turn. While you control this XYZ summoned card, neither player can activate the effects of monsters with 3000 or more attack. Once per turn, you can detach 1 material from this card, return 1 monster on the field to the hand. This card is one of the best designed cards I've seen in such a long time. Whoever designed this card is honestly probably a genius. Like, and I'm not saying that it's an incredibly broken card, because it is not that. It is not that broken of a card. And we're going to talk about why it's good and when it's bad and so on and so forth. But I just mean, like, the design decision behind this card, I think is just so good. I love it. I love the design decision behind this card. So basically, what this card does effectively is, when your opponent has popped off on the turn before, or even on that turn, summoning multiple monsters from the extra deck, you have the option of going into this card at any point during your turn, right? At any point during your turn, you can go into this card with the biggest monster you have, and this effectively ends your turn, because you cannot summon afterwards, right? So you basically, the last action of your turn can now be XYZ into Stellar Nemesis Typhoon, which locks your opponent out of activating anything with 3000 or more attack, which you can do this to out something like a Baron de Fleur, right? Like, if your opponent has popped off and made a Baron de Fleur and some other Omni negates, you can theoretically just normal summon a monster, overlay into this thing, and they're locked out of using that Baron de Fleur, for example, right? So this card is not broken by any means, because the drawback on this card is massive, right? It's a massive drawback to not be able to normal or special summon for the rest of this turn. But what I want you to think of a situation where your opponent has made a board and you start playing into it, right? And you can, like, barely crack the board, but not quite, right? In any of those situations, this card is going to be insane, because whatever amount of options, whatever amount of plays you have going second into your opponent's board, you now have one layer on top of that. Right? You now have just another layer on top of whatever it is that you were doing. Whatever you were doing before, you now have one more option, because you can just play into your opponent's board. Once you run out of extenders, you run out of options, you can just make one more, right? And that the reason why I love this card so much is because it's an extra deck option that can theoretically make every single deck stronger at going second, just slightly better at going second. Without any, like, it's not a non-engine card that I need to hard draw going second. It's not a card that I can put into my deck and then it's going to suck going first, but is only good going second. You know, all these kind of things, all the things I hate about board breakers, right? Like, board breakers are sometimes necessary in this game, but I hate the fact that, like, they don't do anything game one unless you play them in your main deck, and then they're going to be bad going first and all that kind of stuff. All this card does is it takes up one space in your extra deck, and you're going to have an additional option going second every single time, pretty much, right? And I think that's incredibly well thought out. I wish we had more cards like that made going second more viable in Yu-Gi-Oh! In general, right? So Doomstar Typhoon is amazing. I love this card. I think it's gonna be a card that you're definitely gonna want to have one copy of, because a lot of decks are gonna want to play it at some point. SP Little Knight, on the other hand, is just straight up broken. We don't even have to talk about it for too long. 2 effect monsters. If this card is link summoned using a fusion, synchro, XYZ, or link, target a card in the field or in the graveyard, banish it. Also, you can't attack directly for the rest of this turn. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, target 2 face-up monsters on the field, including at least 1 monster you control, banish both until the end phase. This card is straight up insane. So basically, the reason why this card is insane is because it's a link 2 monster that gives you not 1 point of interaction, but 2, right? So you get an immediate impact on summon. You get an immediate disruption on summon, because you can banish a card on the field or graveyard. And then later on, you get another interruption every single turn by, you know, chaining to your opponent and banishing itself and your opponent's card until the end phase, right? So it's genuinely just crazy. This is going to replace Nightmare Unicorn as the standard IP Masquerena target. It's also going to just, in general, bring back IP Masquerena as like a really, really strong setup for turn 1. Because currently, IP Masquerena is just like a little bonus that some decks do, but it's not really something that you really respect. You're just like, you know, summon a monster, go battle phase, so on and so forth. But now, IP Masquerena is going to be a real threat again. The video is up. Well, that's awkward. That's awkward. I was expecting to get information on the Sinful Spoils monsters. Now, all we have is these. All we know about is these. Well, you know, I guess we're gonna have to refund. We're gonna have to refund the Gamba. We just don't know. We just don't know. It's a refund angle. It's a refund angle. I'm sorry. That was anticlimactic, dude. I thought they were gonna keep the best cards for last. I was on the edge of my seat for the entirety of the video. Come on, dude. They're clearly part of the archetype, man. They even included this Sinful Spoils card. Like, it included the Sinful Spoils card Snake Eye. Why not include the other Sinful Spoils, man? What the hell, dude? Man. Cringe. Alright, well, refund. Refund the points. God damn it. Well, so...
Special...
Yeah, I mean, I guess we know this one is an ultra rare now. Nothing too crazy, but it's a good card. And then we know that the dragon is a secret rare, which is... I don't want to call it a bad secret rare, because I don't think this is a bad card. But it's definitely not a chase card, which I guess it's okay for this card to be a secret. I'm not mad about it, is how I feel. Like, I don't think it's I don't think you're going to be ecstatic when you pull this one. It's definitely not going to be that great value. Value-wise, it's probably going to be on the lower end. But it's definitely a playable card. So I think it's okay. Also, it's just the boss monster of the Snake Eyes archetype, so I guess it's all right. You know, I don't really particularly care about this one. But yeah. It could go Hydrant someday. I like that you're using Hydrant as the adjective in this situation. Yeah, I mean, it has the potential. If the Snake Eyes deck itself ever becomes viable, this card would go up, but I think at release it's not going to be that sought after, so it's whatever. But yeah, no, this was kind of anticlimactic, I guess. I was expecting more out of this video. I was expecting more information, but it is what it is. Well, yeah, here we are. Here we are. All right, I'm gonna try and find someone to raid now because it is about time we hop off. Thank you guys so much for watching. Let me quickly find someone to raid. I'll send you guys over to Nifroth. Okay, so we will continue our journey into Age of Overlord tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow with some more Age of Overlord preparation and some other stuff. I'll also try and prepare the exam for Rikka. Don't forget to study for the exam. I will test your knowledge after today's class. So thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. It was a lot of fun. I hope you had fun too. See you guys all tomorrow. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for all the subs. Really appreciate everyone supporting the channel. And I'll be back tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your day. See you guys then. Bye-bye. Peace.